Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we will immediately start. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Achilles Tsaltas, President of the Democracy and Culture Foundation.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this another temple. You could say we've left the best till last. I haven't made any notes because you cannot possibly make any notes when you're in a place like this. So I want to start this morning by us taking a deep breath, raising our eyes and looking at these masterful paintings. Just observe them for a second. It is Prometheus taking fire from the gods and giving it to the people. In a way, we hope this is what we're here to do as delegates of the Athens Democracy Forum. We want to put the fire back into the belly of democracy. This is the purpose of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. And, you know, if we look at the etymology of the word Prometheus, I believe it is foresight. And that's another thing that we need, in addition to what Secretary General Barn and Jeffrey Sachs told us about the need for virtue. Foresight is something that democracy desperately needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for being here, for being with us the last 3 days to celebrate this decade of democracy as far as the Athens Democracy Forum is concerned. It is you that make the forum what it is. I'm delighted to see such a diverse group of people. I want to call out for the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association for bringing 26 people from CPA. It's remarkable to have the presence of them, the presence of all of you from all corners of the world. So today is a continuation of our plenary session. Stephen Erlanger will kick us off with the first panel, the first case study of today. We have 2 remaining. But before we get into the deliberations of the day and the talk part of our Think, Talk, Do strategic impact chain, I'd like to acknowledge first Vera Jourova for being here with us, Vice President of European Commission. Your leader inspired us last night at the Stoa of Attalos. You have the Academy of Athens. We can all feel very humble in this place. And talking about humility, Professor Michael Stathopoulos, the Vice President of the Academy of Athens, is our host today. Deeply thank you for allowing us to be here. I know this is a holy place. and we're totally respectful and humbled by being here. So thank you, and please, if you could make some welcome remarks and get us on the right tone and the right footing for the rest of the day. Over to you.
Distinguished participants of the Athens Democracy Forum, dear ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as the Vice President of the Academy of Athens, I wish to extend to you my warmest welcome into our emblematic building. The building of the Academy of Athens has been designed in 1859 by the famous Danish architect Theophil Hansen. The architect's source of inspiration was the classical architecture, as he has written, of 5th century before Christ in Athens. During this century, a political and cultural milestone has been set with the consolidation of democracy in classical Athens, mainly in the Pericles era. It was the golden age of Athens. In his famous funeral oration, Pericles said, "Our government, a model which some follow, is called a democracy because its administration is in the hands not of the few, but of the many." Democracy is the object of your forum, an object of extreme importance and a great ideal worthwhile to deal with, but an idea which can never be fully achieved. And it has not yet been achieved even in our Western liberal democratic states. That means that our democracy has a deficit. A strong basis of democracy is, of course, the rule of law, which is indeed in force in our Western democracies. It is a necessary foundation for the orderly functioning of democracy. But rule of law, which simply means that law has to be observed, cannot ensure that democracy is fully succeeded. It is not sufficient, because the question arises, who makes the law? Are the citizens involved in the process of producing legislation or in the legislative content? I don't mean a formal participation, but a real one, a substantial participation. The German philosopher Jürgen Habermas has called this participation public autonomy of the citizens. It is their autonomy not as recipients of the law, but as creators of law. Irrespective of this characterization, whether public or private autonomy, etc., the problem remains. Do the citizens belong, citizens' movements and other, to the real centers of legislative power? Do they play a crucial role for the development of this actual content? What is the role of the citizens during this process? I raise these questions, ladies and gentlemen, because I believe they need a profound analysis. Your forum of this year and also your next fora provide an excellent example of how people from all over the world can get together and develop a creative dialogue regarding adherence to the democracy's core values. I wanted only to point out one of these values, the democratic making of Laws. The Academy of Athens eagers to follow the outcomes of the lectures that will be given by eminent speakers today. I wish you every success in your discussions, but I have two final remarks concerning the program. The first remark is that our Secretary General of the Academy of Athens, Professor Christos Zerefos, has been unexpectedly called away and has asked me in the last moment to stand in for him. And my final remark, this morning I have another commitment to attend the celebration of 60 years anniversary of the existence and operation of the Greek administrative courts. The administrative jurisdiction has become a distinct jurisdiction in Greece 60 years ago. So please accept my sincere apologies for not being able to attend fully the following lectures. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience while we arrange ourselves in this beautiful room. It's quite inspiring. And thank you for coming to this second long day of this wonderful Athens Democracy Forum, which allows me to thank Achilles again for all his work in organizing this, running it, funding it, making it worthwhile for all of us. So I just had a moment to thank you for that, Achilles. I'm Steve Erlanger with the New York Times, and here we're going to talk about the complicated problem of Poland. Poland is a crucial country in Europe. It has a history that I think most countries would not wish for. It has suffered in every direction, but has come into a new sense of identity, perhaps, of renewed sovereignty, and also of a certain kind of feeling that the structure of the European Union that it joined does not necessarily fit the Poland that it wants to be. It's a divisive question, but we have a very, very good panel to discuss it. To my left, I'm very honored that Vera Jourova is here, Czech-born, significant European commissioner who's dealt with Poland, Hungary, now is in charge, if I get this right, in these strange titles that you all have, the Vice President for Values and Transparency, though you seem pretty solid to me right now. And next to Vera is Karolina Wygóra, who is a Pole and a very important public intellectual in Poland, a member of the board of Kultura Liberalna Foundation and a lecturer at Warsaw University. And next to her is Jascha Munk. I'm not sure what to say about Jascha Munk, except he has made quite an impressive name for himself as a thinker, as a writer about democracy, as someone who thinks very hard about Germany, about Poland, about Europe, and even about American democracy. So, Jascha, welcome to you. So, having set the stage, I would like Vera to go first, just try to explain to us the challenge Poland represents, but perhaps the opportunity as well for a European Union that is always in flux. Madame Jourova, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Indeed, as the Vice President said, this is a holy place. And for my work, and you said yourself that this is special portfolio I have, values and transparency. For my work, I need impulses to be able to do the job. I need some injections of new ideas. And I had three. Last year I was in Gdańsk, and I met Lech Wałęsa and the people of Solidarność, and I felt the desire of people in Poland to have democracy and also to value the rule of law. And recently I was in Lviv in Ukraine, and I saw the people, I heard the people who were telling me, we are ready to suffer and die for peace and democracy. And I realized that in European member states, I don't often hear such wishes and such desire, because we got used that this is automatic, this is something given, and it's not. The Polish case, and I know you wanted me to speak about Poland. When Poland started the judiciary reform in 2015, I have to say it was a big alarm at the beginning. From the beginning, it already lasts several years. There are serious issues in judiciary, also in the field of media. And I have to say that I would call it a bitter Polish medicine we received. Something which made us to think about, can this happen everywhere else in Europe? That's why we started to protect the principle of rule of law much better in the EU. And if you want, I can go to this general matter, how we protect the rule of law by different means. Coming back to Poland, I sometimes hear that this is ideological fight from the Commission side. It's not. Because I believe that conservatives and liberals can and should protect the rule of law principles as a universal principle, that this is not ideological matter. We are in a constant dialogue with the Polish representatives. We are very consistent as the Commission. We want, if I simplify that, three things. To look into how the Constitutional Tribunal is set up and works. We already have the judgment of the European Court of Justice, which says that there are doubts around the legality of this court. We are watching at the National Council of Judiciary as the body which has the key word in nomination and appointing of the judges. And we are looking into the disciplinary regime. And it's already a costly exercise for Poland, because the disciplinary regime was already also contained in the ruling of the European Court of Justice, and there are penalties which Poland already is paying. So we are focusing on these three things mainly, if I simplify that, and we are imposing continuous pressure. When I say we, I mean the Commission, and the Commission doesn't have the final word, fortunately. We have also the rule of law principle at the European level, so we only have preventive tools in our hands. In case some decision needs to be taken, we have to refer it to the European Court of Justice through infringements, or to the member states. And here I have in mind Article 7, where Poland is being discussed already several years, and the member states should have the final word, or have the final word, whether there will be some sanction in addressing the systemic breach of rule of law, and newly the conditionality principle, which can deprive the country of some money. This is also in the hands of the member states. I know I speak too long.
No, it's okay. Please.
Last word about the last word, because the first and last word is being said by the citizens. in the country. So very often I hear, you, the Commission, have to do more. You should be stronger. You should impose sanctions and increased pressure on Poland, also on Hungary. And I will always defend the right of the people in the countries, in the member states, because they are sovereign powers and we have to respect their free choice. In case we still have free and fair elections, it's another story. So I have to mention the power of the people. We speak about democracy. We speak about democracy in this church of democracy. When I look at the pictures here, I would like to remind us of the principle of democracy, that the elected politicians do not have the mandates from the gods.
Right. Thank you.
But from the people.
Yes.
And that was my message.
Great. Article 7's been a complete failure. It conditions no one. The Hungarians have promised they would defend Poland from any Article 7. Not only Poland, exactly, precisely right. Nobody wants it. No nation really wants that kind of sanction. So conditionality, you and Didier Renders have kind of tried to figure this out. Is that working? I mean, is the promise of withholding money working, or are the fines still piling up in a way that frankly makes you wonder, given that there is an election coming in Poland next year?
Yeah, I don't want to occupy the whole space here, but Article 7 is not a failure. It is working as a process, continuous pressure, and very difficult moment for the member states and for Poland and Hungary. It is always a very strange atmosphere there, and it's visible that they would like to go home and not to deal with that. That's the atmosphere, but the continuous pressure is there. The result might be depriving the member state of the voting rights, and the thing or the condition that you need unanimity, it's strong factor, but also complicating factor. But at the same time, it shows that the Lisbon Treaty and the legislators did not count with the situation. Yeah. When there will be such a big backsliding of democratic principles and rule of law that one country will turn with the back against the others and will start betraying the club. And here I don't speak about Poland. And so the lack of imagination of the legislators is now something which is kind of blocking us to do more. You ask about conditionality. This is about the protection of money. This is not about the protection of rule of law so much. And I said at the beginning, when I came with this idea in 2017, I said that maybe those who do not understand the values will understand the money. So we are now applying conditionality on Hungary. Hungary is working on addressing the issues which we enumerated, and we will see whether the pressure will bring fruit.
Thank you very much. Because one of the things that fascinates me is, you know, basically Hungary's always obeyed European Court of Justice. They've always bent in the end. They've changed their laws, not always very much, but they've always adjusted. Poland, not so sure. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Steve, and at the same time, thank you also for having me here. I thought, listening to your introduction, that I will comply and I will try to be the personification of the complicated case of Poland. In the Greek theater, there were always those very strong characters with very strong facial expressions. So I will be the complicated Poland. Now, I think I'm very grateful for what Ms. Jourova does, not only for the Polish rule of law, but also for the rule of law in the EU as such. And I'm also very grateful that you have mentioned Ukraine, because it seems that in Europe, the Ukrainians are the only nation that are capable and ready to defend European values with their own lives. And I think it's crucial because they're not a member of the EU yet. So it's a paradox, right? And I think that Ukraine poses such a wonderful example of hope for us. And I do believe it's extremely important. For my complicated self, it's also very important because we used to be the source of hope. Poland used to be the source of hope. Our wonderful democratic transformation, our wonderful breakthrough in 1989 was a source of hope. So what happened? How did we prove to be such a disappointment? Let me talk about it a bit. I think this all starts with the myth of Aeneas. As you know, Aeneas was the Greek hero who left Troya, and he was traveling for a very long time in order to find a place to find and build a new city. And I do believe this is exactly what we have been doing after 1989 in Poland. We departed from somewhere and we started to travel in order to build the new house of democracy and rule of law. So what happened on the way? How did we become this disappointment? I think that we should perhaps revert the question. Let's say that our democracy is much more full of flaws right now. We have made so many mistakes, and the executive have been privatizing the other institutions of the state. The rule of law has been privatized, basically, by the executive. But we can revert the question and ask, how is it possible that actually Poland has been also resilient to this autocratization episode? I think it's extremely crucial here. Because if the European Court of Justice and Ms. Jourova are capable of working with the Polish rule of law, it's thanks to the citizens and thanks to citizens' organizations that are actually capable and ready to defend the Polish rule of law from inside. I think it's extremely crucial. So you can say that, of course, there are many things that we have to do, have to revert, have to repair, but at the same time, the Polish, I will risk to say that, the Polish polarization proves also to be one of the forces that defends democracy in this respect. A question is, of course, what happens after election with the polarization. But perhaps we should reinterpret the myth of Aeneas and say that we perhaps haven't built the house yet. Perhaps we are on the way. Perhaps we are still traveling. And it's not only about the rule of law, it's also about our identity. So first, we have been so much enchanted with the West. We wanted to copy and rebuild the Western model. Then we went into this phase of problems with identity and perhaps also saying no to everything that was Western and connected with the European idea of the rule of law and democracy. But now I think we have a chance to reinterpret our identity within the European frames. This is very important. And let me just end with one more remark. Conditionality, I think, is one thing, but I do believe that the war is another thing. The war in Ukraine has caused Poland and the Polish people to act differently than they have been acting throughout the past 7 years. Let's start with the embracing of several million of Ukrainian refugees. I think it's extremely important. And of course, I'm not trying to argue, I will not argue that the government in Warsaw is going to become liberal democratic just because they have these refugees now, or that because the war has happened or is happening. Of course not. They have not become liberal democrats overnight, but to some certain extent, they will have to think how to integrate those people, how to live with them. And so I believe they will make some steps to make the conflict with the EU and Brussels smaller. They will have to do it. So if you ask me if it's a black sheep of Europe, I would say, well, it's not become a white sheep, but perhaps a zebra. So sometimes we do it right, sometimes we do it wrong, but it's better than it was.
Maybe it's just dirty gray.
Perhaps it's a gray sheep.
That's right. If I can just ask you, I mean, the complication, I covered Solidarność in Poland I interviewed Lech Wałęsa in Gdańsk. It cost me a carton of Dunhills. That was the price of an interview with him at the time. I was there under martial law. I too am rather disappointed, but I do want to press you on this question of history and identity. And you've referred to it, but I've also spent a lot of time in northeast Poland, where law and justice is very popular. And why is it popular? It's not just because they give money for more children. It's because they've embraced the suppressed history of the Soviet occupation, of the deportations which happened in Poland as they happened in Estonia and other places, something that Solidarność wasn't very interested in. And I wonder whether, as you talk about Poland moving toward its zebra status, whether it's coming to a better consensus about its own complicated history.
Not yet, not yet. Two things should be said here. First, we believed in the past 30 years, I would risk, that there is something as Central and Eastern Europe. And we even tried to convince other nations and intellectuals and politicians that one should speak about Central and Eastern Europe and not Eastern Europe. Somehow we thought that this Eastern adjective was not a very nice one. But look at the consequences of the war in Ukraine. Basically, Central and Eastern Europe ceased to exist because we see how different the reaction to the war is according to the historical perspective. So suddenly, Poland became a part of a new entity, Eastern Europe, in which you have also Ukraine, but also the Baltic states. This is the neighboring countries of Russia that have experienced Russian imperialism coming over and over and over again. And so we are very much shaped by this. In this respect, the curious alliance between Warsaw and Budapest is over, at least for some time. And I think it's also extremely important if we talk about democracy. So this is one thing. Also, when you ask about the past and identity, there is also a source of a bigger discussion, because as for our fear of Russia, here we are basically not polarized, which is very strange for this country. We're all thinking the same. We're all equally afraid of Russia, and we are equally, in contrary to the West, we think this is already a war. We are at war. So this is, I think, very important. Here we are not polarized. But as for identity and past, I think we will have to make some more work in the coming years or decades, because the law and justice government has changed profoundly the way we were meant to think about the past. So after 1989, our idea for the politics of history was that we embrace all the four roles that we have played in the 20th century: the victims, the heroes, the perpetrators, and the bystanders. But what the law and justice done, they basically started to convince Poles that they were only the victims and the heroes. This is because populism is not a kind of politics which is based on values and challenging morally the society. Is basically a kind of politics which is based on defining groups of voters and pleasing them in order to make them vote for you.
Experienced some of this trying to cover the scandal of Jedwabne, when no Pole would ever agree that it had ever been a perpetrator of anything. And this feeds into what you're talking about. This is a complicated discussion. We go on all day. I'm sorry. Yasha, who I will rely on for his Hegelian synthesis of this conversation. But let's go back to democracy, if we can. And when you look at, let's say, the apparent victory of Giorgia Meloni, it could be Hungary, Poland have another ally inside the European Council. And there are elections coming, so is Poland on the verge of another democratic revolution, or what do you think? Or does it represent a consistent danger to rule of law? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This has been a great conversation so far. So Mr. Robert spoke about the lack of imagination that Europe had when it was designing the Lisbon Treaty and when it was designing the European institutions. And I think that's true not just within the European Union, but within the democratic world more broadly. Even at the time that the first of these democracy fora was held here in Athens 10 years ago, the idea that democracy might come under serious threat, not just in some of the fledgling democracies around the world, and some of the recently established democracies around the world, there were starting to be the first voices of concern about what's going on in Hungary at the time. People were concerned about what was going on in Turkey already. But the idea that democracy might come to be threatened in the United States, in France, in Italy, seemed absurd. And I know that because I was trying to make the argument at the time. I was just starting to make the argument that there was some very concerning signs about the democratic stability, even in the heartlands of democracy, and people looked at me, to use another ancient analogy, like I was Cassandra, just, raving crazy things. And I kept wanting to say, but Cassandra was right, damn it, you need to go back and read the mythology. So I think we're still trying to work out the consequences of our failure of imagination. And so I want to say two small points, and then I'll try just that Steve, because I do what Steve tells me, I'll try the Hegelian synthesis or something along those lines. So one small point is that we've been talking a lot about Central Europe or Central and Eastern Europe for this conversation, or Eastern Europe in this conversation. But of course we're talking about a phenomenon that goes well beyond Central or Eastern Europe. We're going to have a Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, in Italy within a few days, if everything goes as expected. We may have a President Le Pen, Marine Le Pen, in France in 4 or 5 years. We may have populist prime ministers and presidents in just about any European country. It is very hard to predict which country will go through the kind of political crisis which gives an opening to those populist leaders who are willing to undermine democratic institutions. And so we need to open our imagination to the fact that no country is safe from the kinds of developments that my co-panelists have been describing in Poland and in Hungary. The second point is that this is a fundamental problem for the European Union, and I'm afraid to say this is a point where I disagree. It's a much more fundamental problem for the European Union than my colleague has acknowledged, because the precept of the European Union is that those of us in this room who are citizens of an EU country share their sovereignty with citizens of other EU democracies, because we share a set of values, and it is very hard for us to deal with a set of common challenges within our own countries. This is something that's always been difficult to explain to the citizens. Some citizens have always said, I'm German, or I'm Italian, or I'm Greek. Why should I be sharing my sovereignty with people in France or people in Spain? But it was possible to explain it, because people understand, if we try and explain it, that there are common challenges like climate change or like the need for a single currency and so on, but we can only solve by having some form of shared sovereignty. But that whole story becomes incoherent, and in fact it becomes mendacious when you're asking citizens not to share their sovereignty with citizens of another democracy, but with subjects of a dictator. And that is essentially where we have gotten in Hungary. It is where we may get to in Poland, and I think Carolina is right that we haven't gotten there yet, and there's some hope for resilience, but it is certainly a danger. And we may get there in any number of other European countries over the course of the next years. And that poses some immediate challenges for governance. It poses challenges about what a country like Hungary can do when it says we're going to veto any Article 7 proceedings, and perhaps we're going to try and veto any budget we can if you keep bothering us, and so on. So there's some governance issues that poses. But the fundamental issue it poses is that of the legitimacy of the European Union. The fundamental challenge it poses is, for me, I'm an American citizen, I'm also a German citizen, to ask, why as a German citizen should I be sharing my sovereignty with these aspiring dictators? And that, I think, is a problem that the EU has not dealt with and may not be set up to deal with. I don't see how it can deal with it, and that worries me as somebody who sees the value of the European Union and of these institutions. And then perhaps more broadly, this is my 60-second attempt at a Hegelian synthesis. And it may be less insightful than Hegel, but I hope it'll be easier to understand for anybody who's tried to read Hegel. For the last 6 or 7 years, I've sort of been put into this role of explainer of populism. And one of the questions people always have is, where are we at with this? Early on, it was, is it a populist wave, or is this a long-lasting trend? And, whenever populists didn't win some election, I was asked, has the wave crested? Is populism over? Now, actually the conventional wisdom has flipped, and so the assumption now is that every democracy is going to collapse, and the United States already is on the way to fascism, and Italy is no longer a democracy, and so on and so forth. So I think the conventional wisdom has gone from being overly complacent about democracy in some ways to being overly fatalistic about our inability to defend democracies. But the truth of it is that populism can't rise much further because it's already in power in so many different countries. That democracies haven't rolled over, that they have been able to defend their institutions in the United States, although they continue to be very embattled, that they may be able to defend them in Brazil, that, as Carolina was saying, despite the best attempts of the government to undermine democracy in Poland, civil society and the opposition have done a good job, with some assistance from the European Union, at defending their institutions. And so I think that's just the new normal. The new normal is that democracy is going to be embattled in a whole set of different countries at a time. The members of that set of countries are going to keep changing. There'll be periods when Greece looks great, and periods when we have to worry about Greece, and periods when Italy looks really worrying, and periods when we'll think Italy is okay right now. And we have to think about how international institutions respond to that with the relevant reforms. We have to think about how political institutions can be fortified against those attempts to undermine them. And we have to think about how all of us as citizens and writers and activists and institutional shareholders, stakeholders, deal with that marathon of defending democracy and democratic values at a time when we can never take them for granted, and when I think, for much of our lifetime, we will not be able to go back to that complacency and that lack of imagination with which many of us grew up.
Great, thank you. I shall now always think of you as Cassandra in blue jeans.
Thankfully, this lovely table hides my blue jeans.
That's right. We're very much running out of time, unfortunately, but I want to come back to you, Madame Jourova, with the question, in a way raised by Carolina. The Ukraine war has pulled Europe together. It's also, in a way, pulled it apart. There's a lot of annoyance in France, Germany, other places at the aggressive stance of Poland and the Baltic states. At the same time, Poland's generosity with Ukrainian refugees and its aid to Ukraine, which has been going on quite seriously, a big part of GDP, has in a way given Poland cover for some of its other sins. Is that true? Is that what's happening? Is that the mood now? I mean, is there more protection? Is the Commission backing off a bit on Poland because of its solidarity with Ukraine? And I think, answer as you like, say what you like, and then we'll have to end the panel. So over to you, Madam.
The position of Poland, everything Polish people are doing now during the Ukrainian war is amazing, is incredible. It's a fantastic story of humanity. And We fully recognize that, and I believe we are also helping Poland in this difficult endeavor. How many refugees are there? 4 million?
4 million.
At this moment, we have in Czechia 400,000.
10% of society.
So it's yes, it's very high number, but it is not the reason why we should drop insisting on the rule of law as a principle, because if we stop watching whether the country respects the principle of rule of law or not, I think it would be partly also Putin's victory, because he wants us to erode the system of democracy in all our member states, or at least in some which are more let's say, vulnerable. And you are right that this war is a moment in history which will either put us all more together, or, and I don't believe that second version, will divide us. Up to now, I call it the big meeting, because suddenly the West started to listen to the East. And as Carolina said, it's funny, I wanted to avoid the issue of ideology. I wanted to avoid the issue of ideology, and you threw here the identity, which is even more difficult thing, because when you start to speak about identity, then normally a reasonable discussion is in trouble. But as for the identity, and I think that this is also the case of Czechs and other Eastern European countries, we simply do not want to be just imperfect copy of the West. We are bringing something new, and we are bringing something very strong. And this is now the moment when we are showing that we perhaps understand better what's happening now, and we understand that we must be much tougher and much more resilient in the EU, that we must stop underestimating the threats from the East. And the very simplified observation I have now where we are, for instance, in the question whether to accept the Russian tourists or not. We see different positions of different member states, and I see a very simple division according to which country experienced the boots of Russian soldiers on their territory and which country didn't. And I would wish those who do not have that experience, the countries of the West, to be more listening to us who experience that. My first memory in life is the Russian tank in my street in 1968. So I know what I speak about.
Thank you very much, because I think part of the tension underneath, sorry. I mean, part of the tension underneath has always been countries that regained their sovereignty in '89 have always been a little bit reluctant to share it in the way founding members of the European Union decided to share it out of a very different experience of a very different war.
May I have one more comment?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I would not be able to fall asleep, which I am not going to do now, but later today. On sovereignty, I explained thousands times that by giving up part of the national sovereignty, you are gaining big portion of European sovereignty. And now look at Hungary. Hungary is a relatively small country, relatively small number of people with relevant influence in European Union. Look now at the influence Hungary has when blocking the decisions of all the others. What portion of new sovereignty the country gained? So just imagine. So I am really, fed up of all those talks about losing sovereignty, because by joining the EU, you are becoming much, much more stronger as also the nation.
Well, yes, please. And then really the last word is yours.
Thank you so much, Steve. And at the same time, I'm sorry. I just was thinking, what if we look at the populist time as an episode on our way to build European democracy? What if we look at populism, also populism in Poland, and that's why we will make Poland so relevant, as the case study of how liberal democracy is to reinvent itself around certain fundamental values? I think it gives hope, not naive optimism, but some hope.
Let's end there. Thank you very much.
Oh, you didn't get the last word. Sorry,
Thank you so much for that rich discussion. Now I am very pleased to invite Professor Calypso Nicolaides, who's going to bring her enthusiasm to this magnificent space.
Thanks for this inspiring panel. But let's remember that 400 years ago, 400 years before wise Greek men created this amazing place, in the Renaissance in Italy, painters like Raphael were inspired by Plato's Academy to create beautiful pictures in their mind's eyes and for us to enjoy to this day. You all know the School of Athens. But hey guys, what's wrong with this picture? Only men, no women. Yeah, not very inclusive indeed. Beautiful, but not very inclusive. Of course, this is the academy. This is the academy, not the agora. But ever since the Renaissance, who was inspired by the ancient Greeks to think about what should be the relationship between these amazingly wise guardians and the many, we've struggled with the same questions to this day. So, for sure, we have since then expanded the franchise. More and more people could vote, but only for the privilege of delegating their newly acquired power to these guys. And no girls, no women, right? And this is the predicament that we're in, giving rise, yes, to populism and all the rest of it. So I would like to frame this very short conversation that we're going to have with two propositions. First, the magic word. Let's think of defining our democracies, imperfect as they are, as the sum and the legacy of all the struggles that have come before us, layered on top of each other. All the struggles for more and more democratic inclusion. Yes, indeed. This is where we are today. We want to think about radical form of inclusion. Isn't that the needle of the wheel of inclusiveness of our democracy? Let's include 12-year-old voters. Let's include the unborn from 500 years from now who will say, please, please, stop colonizing our future. Let's include the non-humans who make our lives possible. That is radical inclusion, intelligent inclusion. So that would be the first proposition. To summarize, as Claudia and Ursula said it in their very different style yesterday, the predicament of our democracies, the challenge, the renewal that we're looking for, a new frontier of inclusiveness, yes. But here's the second proposition, beyond the magic word of inclusion, and this is where I come in as the Greek in me. Our democracies are about difficult trade-offs, conversations about really hard trade-offs between the now and the future, the poor and the rich, and all these things. Tragic dilemmas of inclusion. Like these guys, you know, they would, if you say, hey, where are the women? They say like, hey, who's going to stay at home and mind the kids? But even today, who are the kids who want to come to our democratic forum? I mean, there are some wonderful ones there in the back, and we want to hear them in a minute. But my kids, they prefer to go to, you know, pop festivals. Sorry. And how do you mobilize? They also worried about if we include all these people, how do we do it at scale? They're worried about this too. Now we're talking about the EU and participatory democracy at the EU. How do you do it at scale without looking a bit strange? You know, a few citizens' assemblies, is that going to do the trick? How do you link it to the rest of the citizenship? How do you create collective intelligence that can really be tapped in societies where so many are still left aside from our democratic cultures and educations? How do you include, how do we start thinking about the 6 billion people in the world who are not part of the story or so little? So we have the dilemmas of inclusiveness. We have the principle, the great ideal of inclusive democracy, and we have the great dilemma that it gives rise to. And so, to have a short conversation about these issues, I would like to ask my dear friend George Papandreou to join me here, not only because for the last 3 decades we have conspired together in making democracy great again, although of course, I do the talk, he does the talk, but he also does the do. He does the walk. And indeed, as head of party, as minister, as prime minister, George, you have been at the forefront of democratic innovations, of this spirit of inclusiveness throughout your career. And you didn't wait to become prime minister to do it. So I would like, before we turn to our young participants, for you to share with us 2 or 3 examples where you had to confront this dilemma of inclusiveness.
Well, thank you, Calypso. And just to go back to the painting of Raphael, I think what it basically tells us is that even in democracies, we need to challenge the status quo. Even in democracies, we need to challenge the hierarchies and those who are in power. But I would add to that, only in democracies can we actually peacefully, are we actually allowed or even asked to challenge the status quo and really think differently and imaginatively, as Yasha Monk said earlier. We need, and democracy is, I believe, in essence, a way of thinking. Democracy is an invention. It is an innovation, a way to people to say, we have our fate in our own hands. And this innovation basically needed the idea that we can imagine a different future. We can actually imagine change. We can collectively innovate, critical thinking. So democracy demands imagination. And I think we're losing that a bit. We've taken democracy for granted. And I always have seen democracy as continually a struggle, as you said, historically, from many ancient times to today. But even today, continually to think through on the basic principles, how do we bring people to include them and to be able to peacefully debate, change, use power, have power, and change the world.
So how did you do it, George? Because you are a leader who accepted to be challenged. And I would say, everyone would agree with me in the room, I hope, that not all leaders accept to be challenged. And we were just discussing it with the previous panel. And indeed, where Vera, to some extent, represented the guardian of this challenging, of this right to challenge that we have today and is so much in danger. But you created ways of being challenged. So tell us a bit about that inclusiveness.
I think there are many ways, and we have to be innovative. Obviously, one was with we're talking about women. I would say also migrants, quotas in parties. I pushed quotas of women, and we need to do that, I think, as there are different views on this, but my view is we need to really bring the excluded into political positions. Another way would be we're using technology. Now, the PNIX was, in the ancient Agora, there was a deliberation of all people who were citizens, all the citizens, and everybody was citizens, they would deliberate on everything, even on war.
Minus women who were citizens, but not
of course,
debaters.
the slaves and migrants were, at some point, migrants were decided. There was a big debate about bringing in migrants in ancient Greece. Finally, they did in one major change, and actually there was a very interesting, and I think this is very important, what was said is, somebody said, a guy called Isocrates, not Socrates, but Isocrates said, well, maybe being Greek is having a Greek education. So not DNA, not blood, but actually the values. And I think that's very important for today's world. But so I said, okay, how do we bring in, and I think this is one thing we need to think of, to innovate, we need to have new experiences, be open to new experiences, learn from the past, but also the present, and break our mold and our boxes. We don't always know what our boxes are, and that's what Plato has said. Plato, the cave, I think, is very, very important. Allegory, we don't always know we're in a box. So we need.
Do we know we are in a box here in this room too?
We are.
We are in
a very traditional box here. This is a very, other than we are standing, but that's traditional too for our politicians. So anyway, we have, one way would be, okay, how did they deliberate? How do we deliberate when we have more people, rather than just the 5, 6, or how many thousand were on the PNIX? And maybe with a voice they could speak. We have our microphones now, but we have the internet. So I said, let us create what we called a deliberative process, wiki laws. We use technology. So we experimented by doing the following. Every law that we wanted to pass, before we went to the parliament, we would discuss it at the cabinet, then we would put it on the web, ask our citizens to make comments on each article, and once they had made comments, we would collect them, come back to the cabinet, discuss the citizens' proposals, adopt or not the citizens' proposals, and then send it to parliament. So this was one way, and I think this is one thing which we can develop, and with Achilleas here, we've talked about the idea of creating a fourth branch of government, a deliberative side, which could be an e-agora, or even which could be also, I would say, informed by citizens' assemblies, by experts, by algorithms, because if we have a huge amount of information, algorithms which would help not create this, Facebook conflict or the, trying to get attention simply for selling and so on, but create the idea of bringing out the different views, but also the consensual views, and make the algorithms public. So these are the kind of, I think, things we can do to really innovate democracy.
So, George, in a way, we can talk about radical transparency, sunshine, as the key, as the precondition for everything else we're talking about. That we can see the laws in the making, that we can see the budget, where our money goes, every line of the budget, which you did as Prime Minister. So yes, this is another
thing, because one of the important parts of any democracy is an educated public. And an educated public means a public that is aware, that has access to information, and access to the information of the power, what power. And one of the basic powers of government is where the money goes. So what I did is I passed a very simple law which said no expenditure, no government expenditure, whether it's central or local or of any organization of the government, is legal unless it is posted on the web. Now, that's a very simple law. It came again from the ancient times. If you go to the ancient places where we were yesterday in the Agora, the ancient Greeks would post the expenditures, and the citizen could actually go and contest the expenditure if it was right or wrong. So we did this in Greece, and now we have what we call diavia, or sort of transparency, and every citizen can go and see where his money or her money goes to. Now, there have been backlashes to this. There have been politicians that didn't like it, even sometimes in the bureaucracy, but I think this now has become so embedded in popular culture, in the people, in our culture of democracy in Greece, it is very difficult for any government to change it
So
now.
in a way, George, when you were in power, you created democratic expectations. And you said it's simple, but I note that very few governments around the world actually followed your examples. I wonder why. Now, because we are, but this is quite an ideal. I call it the democratic panopticon. It is about the people being right there in the middle, monitoring their government and civil servants and corporations who all wish to capture power. And even if, my kids go to pub festivals or all of you have better things to do, it's enough that some citizens, some of the time, with some energy, exercise their democratic gaze. That's the beginning of the expectation. Now, because we are talking about inclusiveness and we have only 8 minutes left, George, if that's okay with you, I would like to turn to our young participants who are kind of very strategically positioned on both sides and ask you, what's your secret for this magic world, for the dilemma of inclusiveness? How do you see it? Because you are, of course, the future. So tell us. There's some hands up there, but we're going to distribute on both sides. So short answers so we can hear you. And maybe we give them there the microphone too. So we have no more microphone. That's inclusiveness. Oh, these people. Okay, we share the microphone. There's a third one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remark how we talk about inclusiveness, and it's interesting that we romanticize Athens as the zenith of democracy when the average Athenian household was characterized by slavery, the height of tyranny. So I think as we continue talking about democracy and inclusiveness, we have to look for who are we including in this democracy, who is this democracy for, and who we leave out when we create these narratives.
Thank you. No, keep the microphone there. Another person, and then just stay there, you.
Thank you so much. I was just wondering, what is the goal of conclusion? What are the limits to inclusion? And I think that one of the things I worry is that talk of virtue and excellence have fallen to the wayside as we pursue a plan of inclusiveness, but clearly not all inclusion is good, right? We want to exclude Hungary and Poland from the things that we participate in. And I wonder if it's not a bit ridiculous to include non-animals and pre-adolescents and the unborn in a democratic process. And so I worry that there are some extremes, and I worry that even your stance on this holy place is a bit rude to our heritage, but that's just my thought.
Two remarks that question our democratic discourse in Greece, invented here, really? Without women and slaves and barbarians and all the rest of it. But also, thank you for outlining the dilemmas of inclusion. Now, what does it really mean to include the unborn? Really? How do we know what they want 1,000 years from now? Looking back at us as, what is a good ancestor anyway? There was another hand here.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, the question that I still seek is establishing the root of the exclusion. I think unless we establish why people have been excluded in the past, then it's very difficult to actually have an inclusive society. So will you kindly address, why do you think there was this exclusion? And yeah, once we know why, then I think we have a better chance of having a more inclusive society.
Deconstruct the struggles.
Thank you so much for giving me the mic. So I also had a question about the problem of inclusion. So when we are talking about the creation of a fourth branch to enhance democracy and so many other suggestions that were given in the panel discussions, don't we think that we are also excluding certain countries that don't even have a first one, the second one, and the third one, who are still don't have sovereignty over their own lands, especially with the interventions of superpowers like the United States or certain countries in the European Union following some colonial legacies from the 20th century and the 19th century? Shouldn't we also enforce just a kickstart for democracy in these countries? Are we creating more gap between countries that don't even have initiated democracy and countries that have literally established democracies, enforcing these and then marginalizing others? Thank you.
God, you guys know how to talk fast and with passion. And because we're out of time and I see so many hands, I would like to suggest that, at lunch we have a table for all of those of you, including the wonderful lady in orange in the back to continue the conversation, because this is a conversation. This is what it's all about, inclusion in the conversation. So George, I give you the last word.
Well, these are important dilemmas, crucial dilemmas, and I don't have all the answers. I think I have this. These are dilemmas we have to talk about. So, but I want to say that there is a struggle, and it's a struggle between exclusion and inclusion, and that goes back from the ancient times to today. We have modern forms of slavery. We have migrants that have no rights. We have women that, of course, are in many ways excluded. There are identity politics which include, but also identity politics which exclude. So I think we need to really fight against this idea, against the power structures, and they could be imperialist, as you said, between countries, or they can be inside countries. I believe that the more we get better, each democracy gets better, the more we can become an example for other countries. So we have to look at ourselves in the mirror, but we need to fight against this idea of the structure of power and hierarchy. And the hierarchy, of course, in our power in today's world, and I go back a bit to Aristotle, one thing he did say is that in order to have inclusion, in order to have democracy work, you need time and you need space. Now, we don't really have many public spaces. We don't have, in the physical world where we meet.
And we are out of time.
Well, we need time, but we need time, so I'll take one, I will steal a bit of time. We need time because we need time for deliberation, for participation, and today, and that means also that that inequality, income inequality, wealth inequality, where people are struggling and don't have time to think about other things, that is also one thing that even Aristotle said. We need to give everyone the security and the sense of some money or wealth that they can actually have time for leisure, but leisure in Greek actually meant fun, but also work and school and participation. That was what it is. Now, we need to see how we can use also technology. So we need to break the barriers, let's put it this way, of inequality in all its forms. And that's a struggle. It's a continuous struggle. I would also see that we need to build new forms of participation. And as I said, we can use technology. I would just end with a very small thing that, we've been talking about it's a fourth branch of government. Well, what the European Parliament could do if it wasn't so costly was, instead of having Elon Musk buy Twitter, European Parliament buy the Twitter, and then use it as a tool to develop a fourth branch of deliberative democracy in Europe, but that I think would be quite interesting for Europe's presence around the world too. So I think we need to find ways, and I would just say that one important aspect of fighting against, as you said, whether it's slavery or whether it's any other form of exclusion, is to open the mind from our boxes. And in ancient Greece, even during the war of Peloponnesian War, Aristophanes came up with Lysistrata and said, women have power. Basically the message was, make love, not war. So theater, art, and education, which is critical, is crucial for our democracy. And that is something not only in our schools, but in our societies. So let's link, as you said, your children's pop culture with democracy, make it alive, make it critical, make it participative.
Indeed. Thank you, George. Thank you, all of us, for lending yourself to this experiment in inclusiveness.
Thank you, Calypso. Thank you, Prime Minister. So now we have the pleasure of hearing a vision
I knew about Sciences Po 3 months before the entrance exam. 3 months. You can see how complicated it is when you know that people train during 2 years for this entrance exam. So I went to Sorbonne. Sorbonne is great. It's a good university, right? I mean, it's famous around the world. I knew about Sorbonne on the internet. And I'm from Paris. You see? And then I got my master's degree in international relations, finally. And I've just noticed that after a few working experience, that I was like, oh, what if I got lucky to be there? I mean, I have merit, yes, but to get the good information at the good time is luck sometimes, or birth, I would say. So I wanted to give back to my community and to those young people from underserved backgrounds who didn't know or who didn't have the tools. And that's why I joined the collective Different Leaders that Yasmin is going to present after.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Yasmin Shalf. A bit as Hakim, I am also the first of my family to graduate from university. And that came with a lot of challenges, as Hakim described, lack of information asymmetry. And that's the reason why I decided to join the collective as an ambassador and community organizer. The stories that Hakim just told you and my story too are not exceptions. There are so many people, so many young people that have to give up on their dreams before even being able to try. And this is the reason why the collective Different Leaders was created in 2014. So just to tell you a bit more about what this collective is and what we do there. So it is a collective of 140 students and professionals that joined because they wanted to have a positive impact on the society and also, be able to have to develop inclusive leadership. In order to do so, the collective Different Leaders there are two aspects in the collective. The first part is the training. So we are trained to be able to understand the challenges around inclusive, responsible, and ethical leadership. We have trainings, for instance, just to give you an example, to understand non-discriminatory managerial practices, to be able to identify, to learn, and to correct discrimination in the management, for instance. As the second aspect of what we do as a collective, we are also organized into 3 different teams. Each one is focused on one of the issues that we have identified. The first one being, as we talked about, the lack of information when it comes to deciding what to do after high school. The second one is being the financing your studies in the higher education system, because it can be quite expensive, especially if you come from an underserved background. And the third one is the International Day for Equal Opportunities. We use those teams to do advocacy work and to call on decision makers about those topics, either through our own campaigns or through our already existing initiative, such as the Youth 7. I just mentioned a few seconds ago the International Day of Equal Opportunities, and we use this day as a platform, as a tool to strengthen democracy in France and in the world. And I will let Hakim tell you a bit more about this day.
So thank you, Yasmin. The IDO, International Day of Equal Opportunities, was born in 2015. Why? So in the collective, we come from different countries, and most of people met in France, but you have people in Senegal, in Boston, in the US, in Morocco, and France, Belgium, and so on. And basically, we all notice that in our countries, you have the same issues. For people from underserved populations to get, I would say, to fulfill your dream, sometimes you need to know how you can reach your dream. and that's really important. So in 2015, we created the International Day for Equal Opportunities, which take place on the 5th of December each year. Why the 5th of December? Because it's the date of the death of Nelson Mandela, who was one of the biggest advocates for education at the global stage. And actually, this year is 2022. So it's been already 7 years. 7 years, and it's amazing. You know, 7 years, something that is driven by, embodied by volunteers, because everyone in the collective is volunteer. I have a job, Yasmin has a job, some are students, so we do that on our free time, you know, because that's something we're passionate about. And so about this, 3 years ago, in 2019, we chose to open the opportunity to organize this event, and so the IDO became a platform. And basically, what we've done is, using deliberative democracy processes and tools, we created a charter, IDO charter. So if you want to organize the event, you have a charter you have to follow in order to even to organize it. And we have a website, so a platform where you can register, and you will see every event registered from 2015. Really interesting. Just to give you some scale-up numbers, so we scaled up in 2 years from 5 events, more than 5 events, 5 countries, France, Belgium, Morocco, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire, to 23 countries, 23 last year. So 2019, 5. 2020, 13, 3, and 2021, 23. 2022, maybe more than 30, we don't know, we'll see. And basically, the aim is really to raise awareness about equal opportunities, I would say, facilitate cross-governmental discussions on the topic, and really offer, I would say, a platform for everyone working for this at the world level. I would like to give you one example. Yasmin is going to give you another example. One example of an event which happened in 2020 in Mali, so West Africa, okay? Mali has been in the news for like a year and a half for some democratical or not reasons, right? Basically, there, it was a leadership program that we organized with 20 young people there to create, to train ethical, responsible, inclusive leaders in Mali. So the program is ongoing right now, and we have the participation of the Minister of Youth and Sport. That's one example of an event for the IDO. Yasmin will give you another one.
Just to give you another example of what is possible to do in France. So, for instance, one of the members, Emre, organized last year in his hometown, Sarcelles, which is in the suburbs of Paris, an event which is an orientation fair where the goal was to present to high school students all of the possibilities, the career paths that exist after high school. And the particularity of this orientation fair was that it was people also coming from underserved background that succeeded in life, that came back to their home, to their city, and shared their experience and their knowledge with the youngest. It was really truly inspiring to see how many high school students came to learn more about their rights, their future, and all the possible choice that exists. Establishing this kind of platform is really important to fight against information asymmetry, but also to give a platform to all of the initiatives that exist so that the underserved people can learn about it. It's not only a necessity, but it is also a priority to have these kinds of platform. And what seems to be another international day is in fact a really powerful tool that we use to strengthen democracy in France and also in other countries, as Hakim said, because democracy is not only about voting, it's also about enabling all of the people to have the same chances to succeed in life. So this is why Hakim and I, but also many other people, are engaged in the International Day for Equal Opportunities, and I hope that it will have many more countries and events and many more people impacted But and if you want to join the movement, you can. We are available to talk after if you want. And if you have questions now, we are happy to answer to them. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
And now we'll have a short break, probably about 20 minutes, to get a coffee, stretch your legs a little bit. See you back here in 20 minutes.
Τα μικρόφωνα έπαιζα, γιατί αυτά που έφερνες εσύ καλά. Εντάξει.
Ένα, δύο. Έχει. Έχει. Ένα, δύο. Hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Ίσως κάτι δεν πάει. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Πάμε.
Θα θες κάπου. Θα θες κάπου.
Ωραία, παίζουμε μπάλα μόνο με τα δικά μας και τα άλλα μετά κοροϊδεύεις
Μόνο.
εμένα.
Μόνο με τα δικά μας.
Ορίστε, άλλα δύο.
Τα δικά μας είναι όλα τα μάτια.
Ωραία. Ποιο θέλεις να δώσω.
Παίζεις μπάλα γενικά με τα
και
δικά
αυτό τα αφήνουμε
μας.
πέρα.
Τα αφήνεις πέρα μόνο για ερωτήσεις και τέτοια.
Ωραία.
Άρα στις
Να δώσω ένα από αυτά στην Κίνη. Όχι.
Δώσε το δικό μας.
Στο επόμενο session θα χρειαστεί όλες οι μπανάνες, η Κίνη για να το κρατήσει ένα που μου ζήτησες να το έχει μόνιμα. Είναι αυτό που είχε το πρόβλημα. Ούτε για ερωτήσεις. Οκ, πάρ' το.
Αυτά εδώ. Κλείστα.
Providing education on sustainable agriculture will place women at the center of local solutions to combating climate change. Many women in rural Côte d'Ivoire work in the fields. A challenge they face is land desertification. Over the past decades, rising temperatures have led to drying crops and reduced productivity. Teaching rural women about the benefits of land preservation practices like farmer-managed natural regeneration or encouraging regional methods like Vezile will contribute to reviving the soils with nutrients and significantly slow down the desertification process. In Côte d'Ivoire, 80% of the soil has low native fertility and requires the use of special techniques to become agriculturally productive. Thus, good environmental education in how to apply these techniques in rural areas is necessary to slow down desertification and will improve harvests.
From a Kenyan perspective, the missing voice in addressing climate change is that of rural women. Government and NGOs should spread the climate conversation beyond elitist circles and bring it to rural dwellers, and particularly women, for three reasons. Rural women who bear the brand of the climate crisis appreciate its urgency. Secondly, they feed and sustain the nation through subsistence farming, making their exclusion damaging to their livelihoods and their children and society at large. Finally, the climate struggle needs more voices, and Kenyan women such as Nobel winner Wangari Maathai have demonstrated great leadership and a social conscience in addressing climate change. affirming that they are a potent force in these struggles. Governments should bring rural women on board through empowerment, through protection, and support, a move that will see them rise from being among the most affected victims to being the most formidable warriors for responsible change.
Climate change, for all its repercussions, at least doesn't discriminate between men and women, right? Wrong. Women worldwide are much more likely to be negatively impacted by climate change as compared to men. Yet, they have almost no power, influence, or voice in the matter. Women worldwide need a voice to show how this man-made problem has a feminist solution. I believe that a documentary series documenting the struggles of these women who are on the front lines of this crisis is the fastest and most efficient way of spreading the word. We need to hear from these women and know what can be done to provide immediate relief as well as long-term solutions to the problem of climate change. Streaming services like Netflix have millions of subscribers worldwide, including world leaders. So, putting such a documentary on Netflix would make sure that world leaders hear directly from these women, who will then become a part of the global dialogue on climate change.
Wow, that was extremely powerful. Thank you all for joining us this morning for this panel on taking a look at rethinking the planet and looking at climate through a gender lens, and specifically a feminine lens. And I'm Liz Alderman, European economics correspondent with the New York Times, and I'm really excited to have a distinguished panel with me this morning to discuss this. But first I want to say, I was going to open up with a question to our panel about asking them to sort of explain why it is that gender is so important when it comes to making climate change policy, but you guys did that just now in a very stark and illustrative way. Nonetheless, this is going to be the focus of our panel, and I would like to welcome Kim Campbell, the former Prime Minister of Canada and a member of the Club de Madrid, Shivi Devedi, I'm pronouncing it in the French way. You are the leader of the youth engagement strategy at the UN of the UN Climate Change Champions, and Claudia Chalvez, you're the founder of Democracy Next, and you've been working to shift political and legislative power to everyday people. And I just wanted to say something that Paula Coelho, the Environment Minister from Angola, was supposed to be with us this morning, and unfortunately she wasn't able to come due to some issues with the cabinet back home, but she and I had a fairly long conversation about the issue that all of you just described in this video, about why it is that women, particularly in the global south, are on the front lines and impacted by climate change so starkly. That all being said, Kim, let me sort of, start with you. I mean, obviously, this morning, you went to your tap, I went to my tap, we all turned on the tap, we poured ourselves a glass of water, we took a shower. We didn't really have to think twice about that. But the fact of the matter is that this simple gesture is inaccessible to millions of people around the world, and particularly in the global south. And Kim, I mean, you've been working on this issue for a long time. Maybe you could sort of talk from your perspective about why the issue of gender in climate change is so important. Why is it such a big deal? And how can giving women more of a seat at the decision-making table make a difference? Yeah, put your light on.
Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to be here. And I know the sound is quite echoey here, so I will try not to speak at my usual rapid speak. I'll try to speak more slowly. I think a good way to start is to draw an analogy with what we've learned about the role of women in peace and security and peace negotiations. The reason for the involvement of women is to have good results, to have good policies that reflect the reality of life as it is lived by at least half the population. I served on the board of the crisis group for a number of years, and Don Steinberg, who was the vice chair, had been an assistant secretary of state in the United States during some peace negotiations. And he was very proud of a negotiation he'd helped to resolve or engage in an African country, I won't say which. And he cries when he tells his story because he said, and I even came out and said the agreement was gender neutral. But he said 40 men sat around a table and came up with the agreement. And incidentally, it involved giving amnesty for sexual crimes. So 40 men forgave other men for bad behavior. But the important thing was that the agreement fell apart because there were no women to describe what was actually necessary. When you demined, you needed to demine not just the roads, you needed to demine the fields where people worked. You needed to have a policy for how women who'd been involved with the rebels could return to their communities. There were dozens of questions that had not been answered. The happy outcome of that failure is that the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 1325 and subsequent resolutions that require that peace negotiations include women. And we need the same kind of global commitment and resolution that all processes to deal with and plan responses to climate change, whether it's adaptation or mitigation, that women be at the table. It's not to be nice to the ladies, it's to get the best possible result. The reality of life as women live it is the life of humanity. And if we do not listen to the reality as life as women live it, we will have failure. And so I think I want to just stop there and say, we do it because we must, and if we don't do it, we're really stupid.
Right on. Shivi, you lead the youth engagement strategy, again, at the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions. You've said, when we were talking earlier, that growing up as a woman in India, you see clearly how gender, and social equity and climate change are all linked. Explain what you mean by that. And if women are most affected by this, what is it that is blocking them from having more of a voice?
So I grew up in a city called Lucknow, which is the capital of the most populated state in India, which is, if some of you have been, it's Uttar Pradesh. It's got the worst statistics as well in terms of crime and all of that. But, just Liz, as you said, in the morning you opened your faucet and, we had access to water. So at home, we can do the same, but we are given water supply 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. But I come from a relatively privileged place where we do have tanks which we fill up, when we get this water supply in the morning, so that when I wake up, I have water running in my faucets. But if it runs out and if I've consumed more than I should, then you've got to wait for the next few hours for the water supply to come back. But that is my reality, which is very different from the reality of women who are in the rural population, which is 65% of India's population. And I was reading it's supposed to go up to 70% in the next 1 year. And the reality of what happens on ground in rural communities is not the same, where they do not have the privilege to fill water in tanks. They're living in these shanties, in these slums, where they've got to walk a couple of kilometers every day to fill water and then carry it back. Now, in a day when, if you've run out of water and you're like, okay, we need to do the water run, is it the man who's going to step away from earning, going for the job or earning a daily wage? Or is it the woman who's got to step back and take charge of making sure that there's water to cook and clean and all of that? And this is not just prevalent to women in the society. Even the kids have to support in all of this. And then it's the girl child further who's pulled out of school because the boy needs to go to school to access education to earn a livelihood, whereas the girl will get married. So this is how deeply rooted the patriarchal society is in India, and the impact of climate change, where you see global warming. So first, if somebody was walking 5 kilometers to a catchment area for water, With droughts coming up, you've got to walk 10 kilometers. So right now, that is even an option. But with extreme heat and flooding and everything that's coming along with global warming, there might not be enough water.
So what you're describing actually sounds like it's really exacerbating gender inequality even more.
It is. And when we talk about, extreme weather events, so if, there's loss of livestock because there's no water, there's loss of agricultural land because you can't till, there's no water, it leads to migration. And when you're migrating as well, again, when you're coming into city, it's so expensive for those families to afford. So it's the man who moves, and they've left the women and the children behind. And they still are in those same conditions. So, they send some money back, which helps them access, but the issues remain the same. So their condition does not change. And in fact, then it's leading more to child marriages again, because you've got to unburden the financial load on a family. It's leading to trafficking, because people are desperate on ground on how do you survive. So it's a bit dark, and that is the reality of, I'm talking about India, but it's a reality of a majority of Global South. And the young person from Kenya was talking about the same thing, that women are leading on subsistence farming, and that is the way they support the livelihood or run the house, but that's going to change and is changing already.
Thank you for that. And Claudia, I mean, this is sort of a great segue to you. You talk about shifting power to people from citizens' forums. How effective do you think that can be to help address this situation, particularly outside of Europe, where, as we just heard Shivi talk about, the gender roles are highly entrenched, and indeed, as we've seen, sort of exacerbated by climate change?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really important question, and this is why I feel honored that you even asked me onto this panel, because as you all are aware, I'm not the Angolan minister, so I'm quite humble in speaking from a quite different perspective on these issues of climate and gender. But I think that it's about taking this step back, and everything that Shivi was just talking about, climate change is exacerbating these problems, but actually the problems themselves are much more structural and much more about the inequalities that have been entrenched by these systems where women are just not at the decision-making table. I keep hearing through some of the videos and in these discussions about we need to find ways to give women a voice. And it's not just about a voice, it's about how do we actually make the structural changes happen so that women have power and are equally taking decisions at the decision-making table. And it's not just about creating better participation processes that, okay, what do women think or what are their experiences? And then it's the people who are always deciding, who are mostly men, who are taking the decisions at the end of the day. And this is why the focus of the work that I'm doing on is thinking about, yes, perhaps for the longer term, but what are these structural changes that we could be advocating for in our governance structures that move us away from oligarchic forms of decision-making, which are either through elections or through appointment on a lot of these UN bodies and elsewhere, to getting more democratic methods of bringing in genuinely representative portions of the population to be deciding together about their own destiny collectively.
Kim, I mean, as a veteran policymaker, how realistic, is that? How easy is that to do today? I mean, at COP 26 last year, it was sort of, they had written in a kind of an amendment that, gender does need to play a part in climate deliberations. But, are we, how much farther, do we have to go? How do we actually get there? How do we make this a reality?
Two things I would say, that countries who have good mechanisms for engaging women need to share them. I belong to a wonderful organization called the Club de Madrid, and some of my fellow members are here. We're the largest forum of former democratically elected presidents and prime ministers, and we're deeply committed to democratic values. And we have a project called the Shared Societies Project, because over 90% of the countries of the world have minorities of at least 10%. And we've put together a toolkit of what countries can do and share their insights. Canada has a gender-based foreign policy. There are a lot of things that we do. So countries that have made these commitments sometimes have the nuts and bolts ideas, how you take the idea and turn it into a program or a practice. The other thing I would say is that gender issues are cultural. And just as we looked at that picture of the academy here and all the men, at the same time that all those men were meeting, there was a culture right near here in the area of Tuscany in Italy, the Etruscans, and I live in Tuscany. And the Etruscans, their language has not survived. And which is sad, but what we know about them, we know about the people who traded with them, including the Greeks, who were horrified by the Etruscans. Why were they horrified by the Etruscans? Because Etruscan society was characterized by a very high level of gender equality. And you can find wonderful old sarcophagus covers that demonstrate the companionate marriage model that Etruscans had, of husbands and wives being equal, and women who were literate. The point I want to make is gender relations are cultural, and everything we do that expresses our confidence in women, the importance of educating women, putting women in positions of authority, helps to convey a cultural value that percolates out. The current Prime Minister of Canada, who is not my party, I might add, appointed a gender-balanced cabinet when he was first elected. He was actually the 5th leader in the world to do this. He wasn't the first. But he said that when on one of his first overseas visits, another leader said to him, "Why did you appoint cabinet 50-50 women? Why didn't you just appoint on merit?" And he said, "If I'd appointed on merit, I'd have had more women."
I mean, that being said, Shivi, I think you presented a statistic when we were talking earlier this morning that still the fact of the matter is that 70% of the policymaking roles for climate change on a global scale are basically, still made up of men. And indeed, I mean, climate change does impact all of humanity. But that being said, I mean, what is it that is lacking, in your view, from climate policy right now as a result of this imbalance?
I mean, Kim said it as well. It's the gender lens which is missing, and the gender lens is missing because the gender is not represented in the room that is taking the decisions. And there's a historical reason of why they're not able to get there. And Kim said about merit, but in a lot of developing countries, maybe there aren't enough women who kind of have the credentials to show up in the space and challenge men in the same manner because they've not had access, they've not had those kind of opportunities. So it is starting ground up in a way around education, where you do allow more women, and I take the word allow back because that is the worst word you grow up with, where you feel you need to be allowed to do something, and that is the first step of breaking the barrier, where they can take charge, they can realize their own agency of accessing what they'd like to do with their lives. And I think as somebody who's very much still living in India and a Global South resident, I found my agency much later in life, where, I'm in awe of Greta at 15, feeling like she can go there and protest, but I wouldn't have been, at the age of 15, be able to even think that that was something I could approach. So there's something about creating the spaces for women, for young people in countries to find their agency, to really be the decision makers of how they want to shape their future. Where do they want to go? So somebody asked me, how did you get into environment? I said I was always passionate about it, but didn't know I had a way to, be of influence or use my platform or use my voice in a meaningful way. And it has taken me 30 plus years on this journey to be at a space like this now, where it is very different, say, where in a country which has free education or makes sure that women are equally in education, where girls are in equal numbers or more as compared to boys, where families don't have to think which gender do they send to school to support, their future livelihood. So I think this is something so fundamental where it's around making women or, the girl child feel safe to access, dreams or possibilities that they'd like to. And that is how they would show up in the spaces where these decisions are being made.
And I mean, Claudia, what would your thoughts be about how to create those spaces, those types of spaces for?
Yeah, and I mean, I really recognize that the challenges are quite different of how do we get there in Global South and Global North, and from everything you're describing, it's just such a different experience from the context that I'm used to working in. I mean, before the work I'm doing now, I was at the OECD, and this has also been shaping my perspective on this. These are the interactions that I've been used to having. So I feel like I don't almost have the legitimacy to be claiming of how do we get there in Global South countries. I think we need to be thinking about this, but I don't know is the quite honest answer, because I think those culturally entrenched gender, I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's a completely different starting point. Whereas I think in Global North, more generally, we still have a lot of the same problems culturally, but I think we have a different starting point where, at least in the schools, it is everybody who is going there. And I think some of the ways do start much earlier. So for those of you who were here yesterday in the opening provocation, where I was putting us 10 years in the future and thinking about all the different ways we might be actually governing ourselves differently, it wasn't just about the main institutions of government. It was also thinking about how in the schools from a young age we can be bringing in these democratic principles of having randomly selected student councils where people are taking turns representing and being represented, having the experience of the democratic practice of deliberation, of listening to others, of deciding together. And of course, that implies having that representation of this being already from that young age, you're equally deciding amongst genders, but also across other sorts of dividing lines. So I think we need to be thinking about this across institutions, in our workplaces, in our banks, in our universities, in all sorts of other institutions that have an influence on our public life. How could we be changing the governance so that it is something that becomes normal as well? Because one of the other things is that we're talking here through the lens of climate, but of course climate is also one of these quite all-encompassing and multidisciplinary things where housing policy, water policy, energy policy, infrastructure, mobility, all of these things have a climate lens to them. But at the moment, those sorts of decisions are being taken, in our main institutions of government, in our parliaments and in our senates by ministers. And we're so far from having proper representation of society in those decision-making spaces today. We saw the picture in the previous panel about, okay, there were no men in the photo. If you pulled up the picture of most parliaments today, most of them have some women, but they're so far away from parity. So I think we need to be completely rethinking and trying to move towards actually having the more democratic ways of choosing our decision makers. And that's where I come back to the provocation of challenging the fact that we're in election-based systems, which by their very nature, as the ancient Greeks had said, end up leading to polarization and to very narrow few actually having decision-making power. Now, of course, we're not taking all the elements of it. If we reflect back, it's not just the men who need to have that, but yeah, I think it really goes, like at the heart of all of this is this bigger picture about how do we change our systems of governance in a way that we could be really shifting political, but also legislative power to everyday people in a way that that group then represents society. We're very far from it today.
I see you nodding your head. I mean, how easy do you think that would be to pull off?
I mean, I wish it's easy and I wish it happens, but we are in a space where, with the whole energy crisis and with all of us moving towards a net zero goal, most of the countries are in spaces where really looking at policy restructuring or kind of really exploring these transitions from fossil fuels to green energy. And there's something called a concept of just transition, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, but how do you not leave anybody behind in this transition? And I think that is a great space for our decision makers, for our policy makers to really explore how are you really including women in this and how are they not getting left behind. Historically we have, but this is the time where we're reshaping everything. This is the time where this is a new crisis that's on us around global warming and climate change. So how do you really ensure that women are not left behind in this transition that is happening? And when I talk about women, of course, we feel it, having a privileged background and having a space to share this, feel the discrimination too in spaces, but it's unimaginable for those who don't even think that they can have a seat at the table or who are at the front line facing the worst calamities. But so yeah.
Kim, do you have a solution to that before we turn it to the audience and open it up for questions? Because I know there are a lot of questions from you all.
I don't have a solution except the need to be persistent in delivering the message and also to understand that a lot of our allies are men, that men are often equally committed to engaging women because they get it. And I always say that it's not a case of men versus women. It's the women and men who get it working to persuade the women and men who don't get it. So I think that's a really important point. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. That is a very important point. We're going to open it up to questions now. Please raise your hand so that we can bring you the microphone. And if you wouldn't mind keeping your questions brief and saying to whom you would like them addressed. Yes, please.
Hello. I would like this addressed to Ms. Chivy. So as you mentioned earlier, in the Global South and other patriarchal societies, and perhaps ones that are not as democratic, women's education does not go as far as education available as men. And as a result, their involvement is low. So my question is, how do you suggest we increase women's engagements in politics if environmental education is not accessible to them in the first place? How do we, the everyday citizens, create those spaces and make those structural changes? Thank you.
So there's a huge ask around climate education. If any of you follow the Conference of Parties, the COPs every year. Last year, a big article under negotiation was around action for climate empowerment. And what that includes is how do all nations in their NDCs, which is the nationally determined contributions, what are you including around educating the entire, the citizens around climate change? How are you building the capacity for them to be able to tackle? So there is an effort that is being taken from an organization, from a global level, to ensure that it is mandated for all countries to explore and have a deadline for what you're trying to do. So that is one. Just from an India perspective, a couple of years ago, environmental education did come into our board. We have these massive country-level exams for standard 10th and 12th, and they did include environmental education. So it's starting now, but it needs to start much younger. And also just linked to this, yesterday we were in this workshop which was around youth, and we were doing a democracy cafe. And it was a learning for me that India is one of the few countries in the room that were present who include civic education, where we are told what a political system is and what is the role of the Prime Minister, how do the elections take place. And this was, so while this is there, and it gives people a sense of how the country runs and might inspire some people to do so, for further education which teaches you around policy, there's a brain drain. A lot of them are going to those who can afford to, the Harvards, and because that is where you really get a global sense. But we are lacking quality education. While there is education, there's still lack of quality education, at least in my country, which ensures meaningful pathway for people to get into local politics.
Terrific. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. So my name is Btisam Borhanan, and I'm from Akhawa University in Iran, and I'm presenting Global Liberal Arts Alliance. So my question is about sort of the prototyping of certain climate policies to other countries, from other countries. So let's say we want to actually import certain climate and environmental policies to some countries who lack those. How can we ensure the protection of women and citizens in certain countries where citizens cannot, for example, speak their mind or talk about certain opposition thoughts, or women actually cannot have the mic to speak, or do not have a place in the table? Because we are witnessing in certain countries, women are actually attacked physically and in a lot of ways attacked when they are speaking their mind. So how can we actually protect them? Because this projection method was seen to be very unuseful. Or do you think we should tailor these programs to fit other countries in a more considerate way? Thank you.
That's a really excellent and important question. Kim, is that something you can address?
Well, it is hard, and I think women have to find allies, but they have to have solidarity among themselves to be able to share protection. But in many societies, there are men who will be supportive and can help, but also global norms that recognize the importance of women. As I said, Resolution 1325 of the Security Council, which required women to be part of negotiations in peace and security. The UN can do similar things to require, as part of the delivery of programs, that women be involved. It's not an easy answer, but I think the key is to create a global cultural norm of the naturalness and importance of women's involvement. As I say, you don't do it as a favor, you do it because it's part of your desire for success. And to work in every society to find the allies who can help to create the safe spaces for women to do that. I know with the Club of Madrid, we've done missions where our members come to provide support. So if the former Prime Minister of Norway or the President of Colombia or something, a man comes and is making it very clear that he is supporting programs that empower women, that can also often be a powerful message to the men in that society, that this is in fact a global norm that is not something that excludes men, but that actually men should embrace because they care about strong societies. But I'm sorry, I don't have an easy answer, but the persistence in this way I think is most important.
All right, thank you. John?
So I'm going to ask Claudia a question, which is, what's your favorite example of where this is already happening on this issue, this idea of bringing sortition and random selection to bear? But just to share, while you think about what you're going to answer with, I wanted to just bring into the room the fact that it's not perfect in any way, but there has actually been in the run-up to COP last year, a thing called the Global Assembly, which managed to select using NASA technology 100 randomly selected people at randomly selected places on the world, including in rural India, and bring them together to deliberate on these issues. So there have been some experiments in this direction, but I want to know what Claudia's favourite is.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, actually, because it makes me think that I should have mentioned the fact that part of my entry point into the thinking about this is that there have been, especially in the past few years, over 50 climate citizens' assemblies that have taken place in different places at different levels of government. I think there's 13 at the national level. So I mentioned the Citizens' Climate Convention in France, but there's also been ones in Denmark and Spain and UK and other places. But what I think is the most exciting and interesting kind of approach to this is the one that is about to be tried. So I can't speak to how it will work in practice, but actually I think part of the downside of trying to do just a one-off Citizens' Climate Assembly goes to a point I was trying to make earlier about climate is not just one issue, and it's not as though in one moment in time it's enough for citizens to be involved in the decision-making around this. So how do we get to that next step of making systemic changes so that citizens are involved on climate-related policy decision-making on an ongoing basis all the time? And it's not public yet, but there's a European capital city which is about to announce the fact that it is going to implement a permanent citizens' climate assembly where people living in this city, not just nationals of that country, but people living there, will all have the right to be randomly selected and be taking turns in this group of 100 people. And their mandate will relate to different policy questions that relate to climate change, that relate to more of that really difficult how political question. So a lot of the targets, a lot of the big decisions are already set at COP, then decided at the EU level and then national level and so on. But there's a lot of really tricky political questions of like, okay, but how are we actually going to get every single home insulated in the next 5 years? What needs to happen for that to be possible? So involving citizens in the decision making around those sorts of issues and having this integrated into the already existing institutional complex that exists to make sure that this can actually then be implemented, I think is a really interesting and exciting development that shows us that actually it's possible to start integrating genuinely democratic institutions that bring together everyday citizens in a meaningful way to be shaping climate-related decisions. So look out for the announcement of this in early November.
That's fascinating. Thank you, Claudia.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there is a consensus that women across the world are still struggling to secure their right place in the world, but some more than others. So there is the argument that women in the global north have more opportunities than, say, women in the global south. And part of this is because countries in the global north have had the opportunity to use policies or means that are not climate friendly to create opportunities for their women. And so countries in the global south make the argument, we also want to create these opportunities for our women, and we want to use the same ways you use, which are not very environment friendly, but countries in the global north push back and say, no, you cannot do that. So how do we reconcile this? Thank you.
That's a totally fair question. And by the way, thank you very much for your presentation in the video. It was really stark and revealing, and it was what we really needed to hear. So thank you for that. Shivi, I'm going to let you take that. It's going to be the last question because we run out of time.
I'll just leave it. I think there's a huge movement around climate justice, which responds and has similar questions around what you asked, where, the whole conversation between developed and developing countries. But we're also seeing the effects now. So somewhere, I think we're okay that we need to transition in a way where we might not have the same opportunities as the developed countries. And that is the reality, and that is the truth of the matter. So you'll be learning to accept it a little bit, where you just kind of make peace with it. But it is around, like I said, it is just transition, where even in this transition, there's a lot more that can happen. There are lots of steps that can be taken to ensure that even women are developing or have the same opportunities or almost same opportunities in the global south. And I'm really hoping that our leaders who are in the decision-making or in the policy space have a similar perspective and have enough information to support them as they're taking these decisions.
Well, thank you. And actually, I said that you would be the last person I'd call on, but Kim, if you don't mind, just to follow up on a kind of a core issue that was just asked in that question, how do we... there is a concern that basically countries in the global north have certainly, obviously, a stronger position at the bargaining table than those in the global south. Do you have thoughts on how to address, that imbalance and to create more fairness going forward?
Well, I think this is no time for us to colonize an issue. I think the countries of the global north have been the major emitters, and we have a huge moral responsibility to do as much as we can to assist the countries who are bearing the brunt of climate change. And I think that the negotiations and discussions and policy development will only succeed if there is a humility. And it's not just a humility because of moral obligation, but it's also humility that comes from intelligently understanding the capacities of other countries to solve their own problems if they have an opportunity to do that, and not to get in the way and not to set unrealistic barriers or expectations. My experience in working with people in the global south is just the richness of human capital and smarts and ability, and how people, often with very little resources, do magnificent and amazing things. So we need to get out of the way, but we also need to understand our moral obligation to support where we can and provide resources where we can. And I hope that these conversations and policy developments will be conducted and will continue to be conducted with that respect and with that understanding that, I'm not, I'm from the global north, I'm here to help you. No, get away. I'm from the global north and I'm a privileged person. How can I help you? Tell me what you need and let us pay our debt to you by making it possible for you to solve the problems that are in your part of the world. That's the attitude we need to have.
Well, thank you. That was a very powerful way to end. Thank you so much for being here for this panel. And we are going to make way for our next speaker, John Alexander.
I get the music.
No, I'll use your microphone. I'm going to use John's microphone to introduce him. So thank you so much for such a constructive dialogue that we just had. Really wonderful to have such an engaged audience, too. So I just wanted to take a few moments to introduce John. He can introduce himself, but I just wanted to take a moment to say that John has been working with us for a while at the Foundation. I'm pleased to announce that he's going to be a board member of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. He also has just written a book called Citizens, which if you haven't read it yet, you should definitely read it. It's right here. And he is the co-founder of the New Citizens Project. And I also just wanted to do a very public shout out because John was very graciously opened his very wide and broad network of people and has helped me quite a bit in reaching out to new speakers, new people to be involved in this project. So thank you so much, John.
Thank you for having me. Look at that. It's like I now feel immense pressure to be really good, and if this is a terrible idea and I get booed, then the whole thing is going to fall apart around me. But never mind, it's going to be fine. So this is me, this is the book. Woo! I wrote a book, it's quite weird. And it's getting quite a decent response. I bizarrely found myself in the McKinsey top 5 recommended books of their summer reading guide, alongside like Bill Gates. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? But what I wanted to try and do today, basically, I wanted to pick up actually on a framing that Karolina Wygóra introduced into the room this morning in the context of Poland, but that I actually think is true across the board. I think we're in a moment of evolution. I think we could be in the most exciting time for the evolution of democracy you could possibly imagine, and actually for our wider societies. And the reason I say that, like, there are so many stories that I just would love to tell you right now. Like, I was just looking up, because the previous panel was making me think of the Indian neighborhood parliaments movement that's springing up in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. I was thinking of the stories that Claudia was telling, and there's the Standing Citizens Assembly in Paris. There are so many things happening all over the world. But the one I wanted to just bring into the room, I'm going to try and do 2 tools and a little story in my 15 minutes. The story I wanted to bring in was what's just the climax of what's been going on in Taiwan over the last decade. We have a friend from Taiwan in the room. But I wanted to just tell you a word about how Taiwan's COVID response worked, because it really was kind of world-leading, is world-leading, and fascinating how they've done it. Of course, they've had some reasons to respond very quickly, which I won't go into now, but the spirit that they responded in was one of saying, we will respond to this best if we respond together as a nation, tapping into the ideas and energy and resources of everyone in the country. And the way they did it, they lots of high-tech stuff. It is Taiwan, of course. So they crowdsourced and set challenge prizes to create apps that would track PPE availability and all this sort of thing. But the core of it was the idea of participatory self-surveillance. They'd never went into lockdown, trusting people giving them the information, trusting their citizens to do the work. And my favourite story from within the story is they even set up a phone line where any citizen could ring in with ideas for how the country's response could be better. And a 6-year-old boy rang up and said, the boys in my class don't want to wear their face masks because they're pink and they think that they're girly. So you need to do something to make pink face masks cool, and I think you should work with the baseball team. And 3 days later, they had not only the little boy, not only the president, but half of the Taiwanese baseball team on the national televised press conference, resplendent in their pink face masks. And this, by the way, set off a wave of pink is cool memes around the country, and the Pink Panther was brought back onto primetime television, I'm told. The reason why I tell the story is because when I interviewed Audrey Tang, who's the Minister for Digital Affairs, and I interviewed lots of people around this, one of the things she said to me really hit home, because I said at one point, the people of Taiwan must really trust the government for you to be able to do this. And the response was, we don't want people to trust the government. What I'm here to do and what I'm devoting my working life to is government trusting people. And that reframe was such a powerful thing for me, and I think speaks very powerfully to where we're at in this moment in time and what this task of evolution of democracy demands of us. Now, the first tool, with that in mind, hold that thought. With that in mind, the first tool I want to offer you is what I'm really setting out in the book, which is a way of seeing the world we're living in through the lens of what I call stories. And I think the dynamic that we have in this moment in time is that we think there are only 2 stories available. We've been living in what I call the consumer story for the last 80 years or so. The consumer story says that people are independent, they have stuff done for them. They're capable only of demanding and choosing because they're pursuing their self-interest. And the role of organizations and leaders is to serve them. This is not just in democracy, although I would argue it's very present there. I would argue we're trapped in a kind of consumer phase of democracy where people's only agency is to choose between things. But we're also there in the world of business. The social responsibility of business is to maximize its profits. The Milton Friedman thing is an absolute expression of consumer logic. We risk being trapped there, and that logic is not holding. And what's happening, and what we think we're doing, is defending against the rise of what I call the subject story. And this story is rising everywhere in so many ways and places. So the dynamic that's underneath that is this. We think that the problem is people don't trust politicians. But I'd argue, and I challenge all of us in this room to mull on, I think to a large extent politicians don't trust people. We don't trust each other. Those in positions of power don't trust the other. And that creates a reinforcing cycle. And when that reinforcing cycle, that vicious circle continues and continues and continues, what actually happens is that we go from the pink column to the yellow column. Because what happens is that some strongman leader comes in and says, don't trust them, trust me. And that's a structural weakness. So the tool I'm offering you is a way of seeing this moment in time that says, actually, there's another option. There's a whole other story that we can step into. We can see people not just as subjects or as consumers, but as citizens, as interdependent, as people who want to do stuff together with and through organizations, as people who fundamentally want to participate and create, and with whom the role of organizations and leaders is to facilitate. And if we think like that, then I think we can disrupt the cycle. Not actually by telling people to trust politicians more, but by getting politicians, those inside institutions, CEOs, business leaders, to trust people. And then it starts to flow very differently. And that, I think, is how we'll build something completely different. And that, I think, is what the story of Taiwan and what Audrey Tang said to me resonates with. So the tool that I'm really here, and I'm just going to say a few words about, because it's very early days in the development, but we're trying to think at the Democracy and Culture Foundation and with other partners, including Democracy Next, how do we make an intervention? How do we build something systemic that starts to carry this different story? And in order to find our inspiration for that, we've gone to what are the things that really carry the stories that are stuck in this moment. And one of the most powerful intervention points in any system, if you've ever come across the concept of systems thinking, is the measures of that system. People have been talking about this bit for a while, gross domestic product, right? Born in 1937, exerting a dramatic pull on our societies. But we're stuck with that. We can't seem to shift it. What you get when you see the world through the lens of these stories is that you see the power of the consumer story, and you start to think, what carries that? And that, I think, takes you to this, the Consumer Confidence Index. Born in 1967, trying to be an indicator of the extent to which people are going to consume more, as an indicator that drives government policy and drives our narrative thinking, drives our news media to focus on people's role as only consumers. And so the idea that we're working to develop is this, a citizen confidence index. What if we had a measure, to what Shivi was saying just now, that was asking a question, to what extent do the people in this society feel they have agency? To what extent do people feel able to shape the context of their own life? To what extent do people have meaningful power? And if we did that, I think we could end up in a very different place. The truth is, and there's so much research to prove this, when people have agency, when people have more agency, they take more responsibility. It is when you deprive people of agency that they take less responsibility and they start to get angry, perfectly understandably. When people have more agency, they're more creative. They're able to come up with ideas. They feel they can shape the context that they're working in. And because of that, also, when people have more agency, they tend to be more productive. They generate value. They come up with ideas. They create things. And that is precisely what we need, not just politically, but also economically. There is so much power in this moment in time if we can step into this different way of thinking of people, and if we can find the systems and interventions and processes that can unleash the power of people rather than try and protect democracy from it, in the words of Ece Temokran. Thank you for having me. If I have time to take questions, then I absolutely will. Oh, Farah wants to ask me a question. This is worrying.
Hi, Farah Nayeri. I'm from the New York Times. I had a question about the country that you are a citizen of and that I live in, the United Kingdom. Sorry. Because I see Citizen Confidence Index, and it would be fantastic if all citizens had equal voice in the choice of a leader. But the country is currently led by a lady, Liz Truss, who was chosen by 0.5% of the British electorate. And I won't comment on the consequences, but I would like to hear from you how you feel about this perhaps crisis of representation. I don't know.
Thank you very much. Well, sort of thank you. So look, I can answer actually by saying, I think this illustrates my point perfectly, and I think it's the same sort of answer that I hope Carolina might give. Maybe we are in crisis, and out of crisis comes opportunity. So I want to point you very specifically towards a campaign that I've been a bit involved in that launched about 2 hours ago, which is called the People's Plan for Nature. And so in response, part of what our so-called government has done in its first interesting days in office is they've launched essentially an attack on nature. One of the things they're doing is repealing all sorts of laws that protect green space and so forth. In response to that, a group of environmental NGOs, businesses, and other organizations have come together very quickly and are launching a process to crowdsource what we think from the British people, with a citizens' assembly planned as part of the process, to crowdsource and develop what we think the plan for British nature should be. And demonstrate in the process of doing that, that these sort of, we do have a crisis of representation, we do have a crisis of electoral democracy, which has some powerful aspects and can be part of the system, but when it gets corrupted, when it gets dragged down into this vicious circle that I was talking about, ends up in all sorts of trouble. And what we're doing is working with organizations to tap into the people, work together to show actually we want, this is what we as a democracy want to do. And then we'll challenge them and we'll see where we get. So I think what it speaks to is I respond to acknowledged crisis and catastrophe, and trust me, if you ask me how I feel, it doesn't feel great to be British right now. But I also respond from a place of going, maybe what I'll say is, Rebecca Solnit's definition of hope I love. Solnit talks about, she says, optimism is the belief that things will be all right no matter what we do. She says, pessimism, the belief that things will be shit no matter what we do, excuse my language. Hope is different. Hope, both optimism and pessimism excuse us from action. hope resides in the acknowledgement of uncertainty. And she says, hope is clarity plus imagination. Hope is the ability to see the troubles of the world for what they are and imagine what could be done and start to do it such that those things could be different. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Sorry, I wish we had more time for questions, but we do not. We do have a special treat now. The fellows from the International Youth Think Tank are going to give us a bit of theater about an experiment that they've have undertaken in the last, well, you'll tell us, at least a year or so, that started here in Athens. So, take it away.
3 takes, right? 3 is right. Okay. Your microphone, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Achilles. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. So, the world is too full with people who don't think that their issues are attended by politicians. And the world is too full with people who don't think that their voices are heard or matter. And that is not how it should be. So the IYTT was started in 2019 with 3 main goals. Trying to contribute to democratization where there are no democracy. Trying to contribute to democracy renewal where there is a democracy formally, but not for real. Trying to contribute to empowerment where there are people who don't feel empowered. So the first things, contribute to democratization and democracy renewal, we try to do by inviting young, blazing people, idealists, full of energy, to come up with innovative ideas on how to make society democratic or more democratically functioning. And you will learn after lunch what this could entail, because then we will present some of our proposals in the handbook for innovative democracy. But the third thing we do, that is about empowerment. And last year, we were invited graciously to the Athens Democracy Forum. And we were presenting things to your predecessors, and we were proud and happy to do that. But during the evenings, we took to the streets and met with the people of Athens and asked them to share their sentiments, their longings, their ideas about democracy. It was the foundation of what we now call the Open Chair Democracy Talks. And we have been running those Open Chair Democracy Talks ever since in 30 different places all over Europe, and actually also once in the US, in Charleston, in South Carolina. And this is a massive material of people's longings, so many words and phrases that we have been graciously shared, that they have graciously shared with us. So to do something different with this, we asked a playwright to write a play. So the conversation with strangers is directly inspired and based on this huge material, real voices of real people. And we choose to do this as a play to reach out to you and to others, to really come out with, well, testimonies of real world people. So this is not recipes on what to do. This is what people want. And this will not be a real play today. It will be a staged reading by the 3 youth fellows that you see here, Elena, Michele, and Larissa. But the dream and the vision for us is that this play manuscript and the film recording of it will be inspiring many young people in schools. Maybe if they see the play manuscript and the film, maybe they themselves will take to the streets, as we do, to give voice to people, to really empower people. So that is the final goal of this. And now what you see now is the map of Europe and a little bit of the US too. There you see the red chairs, which represents where we have been talking to people. And now I have the privilege, and you have also the privilege of letting these 3 lovely persons be the kind of, they are the speakers of the people. So, enjoy.
Hello, My name is Elena Vocale. I'm a law student with my head in the clouds and beyond. I was brought up in Turin, Italy, and I now live in Trento, Italy. I'm a youth fellow of the International Youth Think Tank.
Hello, my name is Larissa Merkel, and I'm a political science student. I'm a hobby photographer, a globetrotter, and as well a youth fellow of the International Youth Think Tank. I grew up in southern Germany, and I still study in this area at the Lake of Constance. In between, I spent some time living in Hamburg, Frankfurt, and Jerusalem.
Hello, my name is Michele Castrezzati. I was born in Italy, in Brescia, and I currently study in Trento. I am a youth fellow of the International Youth Think Tank and a very worried human being, especially for what is going on politically in my country.
The first thing I think of when democracy comes to mind is how messy it is these days, and how desperately in love I am with it. It is that kind of love, you just cannot help but it grows on you. Yeah, my relationship with democracy is complicated. I constantly try my best to accept and love all the imperfections I see in it.
When I think about democracy, I think about my huge privilege of growing up and living in a not perfect but well-functioning democracy, enjoying all basic human rights. Reflecting my privileges makes me aware that I want to give something back to the democratic society in order to prevent it from democratic backsliding.
The first thing I think of when democracy comes to mind is that it's a privilege. I am extremely lucky to be able to be and say whatever I want. Through the Open Chair Democracy Talks, I get the chance to talk to so many fellow humans that live in those large parts of the world where the taken for granted values of freedom or equality are not granted at all.
We ask people in the streets what they think and feel regarding democracy. Conversations with complete strangers. That's the whole point of the Open Chair Democracy Talks. So here's what they said. I can be Maria.
Okay, I'm Eve.
I'm Carlo.
So, you know, when the two kids came up to me and asked me if I had a minute to answer some questions, I thought it was some kind of market research. And it felt quite awkward, honestly. You know, the moment of suspicion when a stranger in the street possibly wants something from you.
Oh yes, absolutely. But actually, where did they go? I don't have all day, but I'm also not really in a hurry.
You mean the people with the badges? I guess they were going to buy some soda to treat us with.
Well, to be honest, I don't feel comfortable receiving anything from them.
Oh, me neither.
Myself, I'm going to say exactly what I want to say, no matter what.
Well, you know, they've left this paper behind, so let's see. There's a question on it that goes, which are the 3 words that come to your mind when you hear the word democracy? Well, I don't know. Perhaps freedom, equality, and trust?
Well, I would say having a voice, having free elections and fairness. But at least that's only what I would like to think.
Democracy? It's only for the rich. It's entirely up to me how my life will turn out. I don't expect that society or the government is going to take care of me. I'm way better off on my own. Thank you.
My father, you know, would have probably said something like forgotten, broken, abandoned.
Yeah, well, but the longer I think about it, I have to admit that I also see some sense of choice, accountability, and participation. And especially in this time, also of peace and community in the European Union.
I like that, but I see illusion, lies, fake. It's all fake, and no one listens really. The real power is far, far away. From, as I see it, democracy is just a smokescreen to hide what the real players are up to.
Come on. For me, it's all about the right to decide together. There's more here, though. So there's a second question that goes, do you have power over your life choices?
Oh, well, tricky one. Quite philosophical. But I would say no. I'm limited by my gender and my sexuality. You know, I just feel like I'm a cog in the gear wheel of society, basically.
As I said, my life is in my hands. No one can really tell me what to do.
Well, I must say I feel independent, and I'm free to think, say, and do whatever I want.
Do I have the power over my life choices? I would still say no, but I also still refuse to be a victim.
No, definitely not. I am limited by my social class. However, I choose to live outside society, and that makes me independent.
Can we change?
You mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
All right. My name is Leila.
I'm Rosa.
And my name is Habib.
So let's see. Here there are some questions. One of them goes, do you have power over your life choices? Yeah, I guess even as a woman, but only because I left my home country of Iran.
I would say no, because we have no abortion rights where I come from, at least.
No, definitely not. I'm from Lebanon, and if you come from a migration background like me, you are not free. You have to follow your family's rules.
All right, another question then. Do you have power as a citizen? Again, I guess yes, at least every 4 years when there are elections, but there is a lack of meaningful way to participate in those elections.
I again would say no, because of my skin and because I belong to the working class since I don't have that much money.
No, power is in the hands of just a few people, and I'm not among those.
I don't agree with that, because my vote still counts. In groups, our voices are louder. I have a privileged position, at least I can protest, make my voice heard. Not in Iran, but here it is much easier.
No, actually, I feel very distant from political life. Well, maybe on a local scale, I might feel somehow empowered, but on a national scale, not really. Plus, the politicians we vote for, they never keep their promises.
All right, should we try another question? What would it take to make you more influential? Money, and possibly being a man, having more confidence in myself.
Yes, I would also say that it needs a physical place to come together and discuss politics. And of course, obviously, the end of racism and discrimination, and a stronger sense of unity and togetherness in our society.
Probably being rich, and then not caring about others around me. If I was economically independent, then democracy will not be of great interest for me.
Well, encouraging individuals to be informed and interested in political life, that would empower people, making them more influential.
And actually, more diverse parliaments and governments in terms of age and gender, that would definitely help too.
Yeah. And better education from an early age that encourages self-confidence and that teaches children how they can make a difference in society.
Anyway, I hope this interview can start soon. Where did the badge people go? Hello, my name is Michele Castrezzati, and I'm a human being, like you. From the future, I expect the challenge of pursuing my own dreams, while at the same time, trying to look at the world with new eyes, find new solutions, and think outside the box. I will listen to everybody, because that's what democracy is all about, openness.
My name is Larissa Merkel, and I'm a political science student. The main thing that I expect from the future is that it will be tough in terms of climate crisis. But thus, I want to contribute to its development in any way I can. And I hope that my academic knowledge and my own values will help me to find and enhance creative ideas and solutions in order to live in and as a democratic society.
My name is Elena Vocale, and I'm a law student with my head in the clouds and beyond. The main thing that I expect from democracy is for it to be, for the future, is for it to be full of surprises. And hopefully most of them will be good. Italian elections aside. I am a stubborn optimist, so I expect the future to be prosperous. I look forward to taking concrete steps to contribute to the well-being of our democracies. And for me, one way to do so is to continue to go in the streets with my friends at the International Youth Think Tank and talk to people, make them voice heard all over the world. But as I said, my head is in the clouds and beyond.
Thank you for listening. I guess our time is up.
Thank you so much. That was so creative. Now we get a break. I'd like to invite you behind the curtain, where you might see the Wizard of Oz. And we have a lunch in the Academy Gardens. So I'm not sure how it's opening, but that's where we need to go. You can start gathering around.
And then I hand over. Should I say it? I guess we should start. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. This is Michele from the International Youth Think Tank. I would like to talk about what you have in your hands right now. What you have in your hands is the very first edition of the Handbook for Innovative Democracy. And you're actually the first people on planet Earth to get your hands on this, because this was freshly printed last week. The handbook is a compilation of 28 proposals for a more open and democratic society that we hope will inspire you and other decision makers worldwide to enact change. Where do these proposals come from, you may ask? Well, not from me, at least not from me alone. Every year, the International Youth Think Tank organizes a youth conference in Gothenburg, Sweden, where 24 young people from all over the world are invited to develop policy proposals for a more open and democratic society. What you have in your hands is the summary of the last 3 years' conferences. It's the summary of what about 70 young people from all backgrounds want to see happening in the world right now. At the end of each conference, we publish a conference report with all the proposals, but that being a conference report, not many people read it. So we have crafted this handbook to make all this richness available in a user-friendly way. As you can see from the user manual, every proposal comes with a title, a subtitle, and 6 resource parameters. These are meant to help you get a quick sense of what the proposal is about. The parameters include the amount of human resources needed, the youth fame factor, meaning how much we youth think that this is close to our heart, the time horizon needed for the implementation, the dependence of the proposal on existing regulation, of course, financial resources, and the scope of the proposal, whether it's local, national, or international. If a proposal catches you, then you will find a small QR code next to the title that will take you to a specific section of our website where the proposal is described at length. Every proposal is categorized in 3 policy areas. You have governance in red, education in yellow, and equity in purple in your handbooks. And I will now hand over to Elena, and she will guide you through 3 examples of proposals.
Thank you, Michele. So the first example is repurpose economics, as you can see. The proposal comes from the policy area of governance, and it rethinks economic policies based on well-being targets. So in a nutshell, the proposal takes inspiration from Bhutan's experience with the Gross National Happiness Index in order to rethink and ditch, actually, the GDP as the main proxy for well-being. So as you can see, this proposal is very popular among youth fellows, but it would also require a big time commitment, and it is quite dependent on existing regulations. So it targets SDGs number 3 and 8. And if you're intrigued by these proposals, I invite you later to scan the QR code you can find on your handbooks that will guide you to these, will lead you to this website page where you can find more details. And this is the procedure for every proposals that you can find in our handbooks. The second example is empower through legal knowledge. So these proposals comes from the policy area of education and is aimed at empowering citizens and policymakers through knowledge and legal courses. So it is articulated in 2 main solutions, let's say. The first one is mandatory training for policymakers, And the second one is enhanced accessibility to legal regulations. The rationale behind this is to equip citizens and policymakers especially that do not have a legal background with the basics tool to address their relevant issues they may find in their daily activities. It targets SDGs number 4 and 16, and again, please, if you feel intrigued, scan our QR code. So our third proposal is youth mental health steering groups. It is it comes from the policy area of equity, and it is aimed at empowering people with lived experiences to improve public mental health services. So it is again inspired by an existing service that is in place in the city of Birmingham, UK, and it is supposed to put in place, let's say, co-production of further policy proposals that are crafted with the collaboration of young people that have gone through mental health struggles and mental health professionals. As you can see, this is probably the easiest to implement, and it targets SDG number 3. Now we'll hand over to Larissa.
Thank you very much, Elena. So since we are the International Youth Think Tank with the overall goal of enhancing democracy, our handbook is democratic too, of course. That means that you can add your voice and your opinion, giving us feedback, and also sharing your own experiences as decision makers. That, again, is very easy. You just have to scan the QR code, which you can find on the last page of the handbook. That would really help us to fit in some real-world experiences. We understand the handbook as an ever-evolving document. On the one hand, because of your input and your feedback. On the other hand, because there are new innovative proposals are coming up in November at our next International Youth Conference in Gothenburg, Sweden. So now it is up to you to make use of our handbook and to innovate democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again. And now I'd just like to reintroduce Roger Cohen, the Paris Bureau Chief and the host of the Athens Democracy Forum, for our panel on Tunisia.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was really inspiring. Where are you guys? Are you there? Very cool. Thank you. Love that energy and optimism about real change in our democracies. Speaking of democracies, we're going to talk about a troubled one. That's to say Tunisia. And I'm joined by Omessine Khalifa, who has been deeply involved in Tunisia's struggle over the last dozen years after the fall of Ben Ali, for dictator for 23 years, I believe, for an open, democratic, free society in Tunisia. And also by Steve Cook, who has made a speciality of the study of countries in North Africa, the Middle East, and who wrote a book with the slightly ominous title of False Dawn, alas, perhaps also an accurate title. Omessine, could I start on a personal note? If you were to characterize these last dozen years, which have been a roller coaster, Tunisia, after the Arab Spring, really was the country that seemed to be making the most progress. The compromises by the Islamic Party, Ennahda, the ability to find compromise in general, the establishment of a democratic system. I mean, I remember I was in Tunisia in 2010, in Sidi Bouzid, where, of course, Mohamed Bouazizi had self-immolated. And it was just amazing that this whole Arab Spring, I still call it that, took off from this tiny village in deepest Tunisia. And at that moment, everybody was thinking very positively about social media as the means to organize these kinds of uprisings. The view of Facebook, now Meta, and other social media, and how they can be used has changed quite significantly over the last dozen years. Anyway, I ramble. Could you please tell us, just in a personal way, what it's been like for you to have lived this ongoing Tunisian tumultuous experiment?
Wow. So it was both a lot of hope and a lot of fear. I was part of the revolution, as many diaspora youth. We took part in digital, let's say, counter-attacking the terrorists. We were accused to be terrorists, but counter-attacking the regime's propaganda, saying that youth were terrorists. We also protested in the streets. I was living in France then, so I was very protected compared to Tunisian youth who were killed, just demanding jobs, freedom, and dignity. And actually, I want to challenge the word Arab Spring, and every time I was able to speak about it, I was asking, please, for God's sake, it was never a spring for us. Spring is about prosperity, it's about beautiful flowers and renaissance. But when you demand jobs, freedom, and dignity, and you get shot by the police, we know where we're coming from. It was a struggle.
But wasn't there a hope, however briefly, of a spring? I mean, in Tahrir Square in Tunisia, you could feel it. There was this positive energy. There was this demand, finally, for agency, a demand for the end of the nepotism and these frozen regimes. And it did feel like a spring. I mean, however briefly, did it not?
For whom? Because when as I started by saying, there was a lot of hope and a lot of fear. And I think at some point, it was a lot of fear that prevailed. Because we knew where we're coming from. I mean, look, just a few days ago, another young man committed suicide. And he is also a street vendor. And the police also took his tool, like he was selling fruits and vegetables. And just a few days ago that happened. 12 years later, the youth situation it tells you everything, actually. Nothing changed for the youth who started the revolution. Nothing changed for the marginalized neighborhoods and areas. So I think we were never able to celebrate the revolution.
So would you say the great failure of the various people who've ruled Tunisia, and there have been many of them over the last dozen years, the main failure has been the fundamental one of not realizing that casting a vote was not enough? If you didn't look after the welfare of your people and try to achieve greater social justice, then in the end, this would just lead to complete disillusionment.
So look, I think there were a lot of challenges indeed, and casting a ballot was not enough. I think there was a very quick change during the first months of 2011. The movement started as people marching peacefully. But then political parties who are part of the opposition and for years opposing the dictatorship of Ben Ali took over and used these peaceful protests to start a round table with the ex-regime and decide what needed to happen. And at that point, at that moment, the conversation stopped with the street movements were excluded from the conversation, and they were never back to be involved in the decision-making. So
the biggest, I think, challenge was for politicians, the new politicians, who were actually old and had a lot of trust from the public because they were opposing the dictatorship, to establish the first foundation of trust. But that didn't happen. So a lot of people didn't go to vote, even if there was a lot of excitement. Still, people went to vote, but not all of them. I was listening to people in the streets in the first free and fair election in 2011, because I ran for these elections for parliament in the Tunis district. And they were telling us, I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote because all politicians are corrupt. And I said, but I'm going to be I'm a new politician. What do you think about me getting in there? And I was part of the revolution, and I'm young, and I'm a woman. I said, oh yeah, maybe I'll vote for you. And I asked, did you register to vote? And no, they didn't register to vote. So the minimum was not made, but actually we had only 8 months as well to organize these elections. So I'm not saying it was easy to do so. Now,
I mean, as a politician, I mean, you did. Were you able to, in your own way, in your own area, bring changes in the office you held? I believe you did hold office for a while in Tunisia, and was that simply a frustrating experience?
So I personally did not win to be in the parliament, but my party won. So we were part of the first governing coalition of my country. And I was, advisor to the Minister of Tourism and to the Minister of Finance. We were able to achieve so little because in our governing coalition, we were a minority party. And the coalition was dominated by the Islamist party, Ennahda. And you can ask why. I mean, my party is a social democratic party. So our values are freedom, our social justice, the importance of work. So completely aligned with the demands of the revolution. But we weren't able to build a consensus around our policies. And we discovered that our allies were not interested in making change inside the system, but actually to use it exactly as the ex-regime was doing it for their own purpose and societal project that is completely opposed to a progressive view in modern Tunisia we wanted to build. This is one thing. And the other thing, I think I participated indirectly to write the constitution or to support my parliamentarians who got in there to write very important principles. The ones, for example, I pushed for were 3. Gender equality, that we got into the constitution, even though we had a parliament dominated by Islamists. I was also fought for liberties, and I fought for youth implication and involvement in all the decision-making in my country. The Constitution of 2014 was the baby of all of us who participated, and we are so proud. But a few months ago, actually 25th of July, President Qais Said decided that we needed to have a referendum and to wipe out this constitution, and he had like a little committee draft a new system, a new political regime, and he removed all the locks we put to avoid having a dictator coming back. And so you can imagine.
I think he's fast on the road to becoming one, right? And on that, I'll turn to you, Steve. I mean, is Tunisia returning to where it started with Ben Ali? Are we moving back to some form of quasi-dictatorship? And maybe you'd also address the issue of how important for the Middle East Ennahda's willingness as the Islamic Party at various times to apparently at least make some compromises. How important potentially is that development?
Thanks, Roger. It's first, let me just say what a great pleasure it is to be here, especially in this beautiful setting and with someone as experienced in Tunisia as Omazine and with you, Roger, who's covered all of this. Let me just say, I think in Tunisia, it wasn't like Egypt, where the writing was very quickly on the wall that the uprising was not going to turn into democratic politics. A lot of Egyptian activists in Tahrir Square wanted to stay there even after Mubarak was overturned because the military remained the primary political actor in the system. Tunisia seemed very, very different. It actually seemed like a genuine revolution. Omazine and her friends chased the dictator from the country, and there was this genuine new start, a new constitution, a transition period, talk of transitional justice. And this is why people talked about Tunisia as the one, apologies, Arab Spring, I don't even use it. In my book, False Dawn, I use it once. I don't use it for the very same reasons.
I still like it.
You do. It evokes flowers and new and nice things. And uprisings, exactly. And
I mean, with Mubarak was chased out too, you know, Gaddafi. I mean, it was, what is spring? It's a beginning of something, right? It doesn't necessarily mean the summer is going to be beautiful, but it is the beginning of something.
Not our narrative. Well, it's someone else's narrative.
That's true. It was something that was coined in a phrase that was coined in the United States. In any event, these are things that made Tunisia seem different, but at the same time, there were obstacles. And those obstacles were the tough identity politics, institutions of the state that were unresponsive, and a political system that could not deliver for the people. If you went there at a time in between the revolution and the coup last summer, the narrative from Tunisians was frustration. They did enjoy some individual rights, but the things that they really wanted, jobs, security, development, those kinds of things were very, very short in coming, and they blamed the system. So you had a president, a newly elected president, decide he was going to cut the Gordian knot of democratic politics, the uncertainty of democratic politics, and take power for his own hands. And what we do see, of course, it's different from Ben Ali, but what we do see is some approximation of a rebuilding of an authoritarian system in Tunisia.
Well, the parliament's been disbanded, right? And the rewriting a constitution, I mean, all that sounds pretty ominous. I mean, Erdogan followed not with the parliament, but rewriting making a presidential power as powerful as it is now when it had been a symbolic office in Turkey. So the developments are pretty worrying.
I think undoubtedly the developments in the Middle East after this kind of moment of enthusiasm, perhaps not among activists who understood the fight before them, but the moment of enthusiasm for many observers turned out to be very, very brief. And in fact, politics across the region now are quite dark. A resurgent authoritarianism.
Unlike elsewhere.
Well, yeah. It has been consistently dark in the Middle East, and there doesn't seem to be. Of course,
I mean, if the issue is economic, as it seems to be, is that right? Is that what you're saying? I mean, should there not have been more Western aid, Western attention, or aid in general? I mean, if this was very important, if Tunisia succeeded, it was important, right? Absolutely. It was something new under the sun. It was something different. And yet, what I'm hearing is a kind of neglect, a sort of, an assumption that it would make its way.
Two things to your point.
Right.
Inside the political system, yeah, I agree with what you said, but inside the political system, there was no consensus about the new economic vision, socio-economic vision of Tunisia. People were not able to unite, even people from the same values, like political families, to unite and to propose a vision and to even less to implement it. This is one thing. Talking about the foreign aid, second thing. So in Tunisia, some were asking for a Marshall Plan. We never had that implemented. Marshall Plan is a lot of grants and trade agreements, etc., and it really supported the countries that were going out of the Second World War. And we thought, because Tunisia's example and experience is so important for our region of the world, but also for the world, because it's a new democracy in building, and we can actually really make it happen and succeed. No, it didn't happen. So the foreign aid we got was big debt. So big loans, big debt. And that just indebted us Tunisians for generations. And it's not like debt is bad, but it's how do you manage all these investments? And that did not happen properly. And we didn't even have a proper, let's say, tools to measure the efficiency, the impact that we were making or not making.
Right.
So, for example, Tunisia now, and it's one of the things that gives me hope, is reforming its national statistics system. Just launch it right now. It's a discrete process, but it's led by civil servants who know that they have been suffering. We have been suffering from the lack of data for so long, and politics were made based on ideologies, and people were didn't know who to follow because everyone had a different speech. Not convincing, but still they went for the strongest. So there is a lot of, there is some hope still. And I believe that
let that be placed on the record. There is still hope.
Absolutely. And I don't believe that it is completely dark. I think seeds have been planted. I think maybe the soil is not as fertile as we wanted it to be.
And I mean, that's one thing I wanted to ask, actually. Listening to Caroline on Poland this morning, I mean, is our time frame all wrong? I mean, after all, in the United States, we're, 250 years in or whatever, and it's not like we've got everything worked out. And we're talking here about a dozen years. So is it, Steve, I mean, is it completely unrealistic to think that solid democratic foundations can be established in that kind of time frame? Isn't it just, we live in this age where every day there's a bombardment of information and distraction, and so we want Tunisia to be perfect Jeffersonian democracy in 12 years. I mean, isn't that just foolhardy?
My answer to you is yes and no.
Okay.
I think it is unreasonable to expect that Tunisia to become a consolidated democracy in a dozen years. Of course, that's the way in which many in the Western media portrayed Tunisia as a consolidated democracy only after a very, very short period of time. Why I think it's darker than perhaps Amazine does. And I do agree. I think that there are some important differences in terms of the discourse among activists and people seeking to live in more open and democratic societies. But what we saw, particularly in the countries that experienced uprising, was that the defenders of the old order and the defenders of authoritarian institutions, and those who had the means of coercion, were able to prevail relatively quickly. Not so much in Tunisia, because Tunisia did have some progress. Now much of that is being rolled back. So at that level, when you look at the countries of the region, those institutions, those very coercive institutions, remained largely intact through these uprisings and their aftermath. Mm-hmm. And those defenders of those regimes remained largely.
And money was pouring in from Saudi, from Qatar, from all over the place, from all these systems and that felt threatened. This is what we got in the end. I don't think there was as much counter money coming in, let's say. I mean, there was a huge investment from these societies in making sure that the democratic experiment went nowhere.
That's undoubtedly the case, that regional countries were using the uprisings to engage in proxy conflict. You had the Turks and the Qataris supporting certain groups, the Saudis and the Emiratis, other groups. Yet, as we all know, outside influence cannot necessarily be decisive. Whether Tunisia got huge amounts of aid, and questions whether Tunisia could even absorb that aid to begin with, is a separate issue from whether Tunisians can make a democracy out of their uprising, whether Egyptians can make a democracy out of their uprising. And then ultimately, if 110 million Egyptians wanted to live in a more democratic and open system, it didn't matter how much money the Saudis were going to give to the Egyptian armed forces, or it didn't matter how much the Emiratis were going to support whomever in Tunisia. Because ultimately these people Tunisians, Egyptians, others have their own agency to make their future. But
still, it was a factor.
It's
no
doubt a factor.
Yeah, talk to me a little about migration. I mean, clearly in Europe, migration continues northward, often in desperate circumstances, across the Mediterranean, and that's a reflection of societies that are frustrating their youths in large measure, who, as you were saying, do not find jobs, do not find opportunity, do not find agency. I think we've had something like 17,000 deaths or more as a result of this migration in the Mediterranean in the last few years. That's an appalling number. I was recently in Algeria, and I went on President Macron's visit and stayed on a couple of days. They don't like journalists in Algeria. They won't give you a visa for more than 5 days. So I had 2 days after Macron left to poke around a little bit, being followed by the secret police. And the few kids I was able to speak to, they would just say, "Monsieur, ici, il n'y a rien. Ici, il n'y a rien. There is nothing here. There is nothing here." I mean, one couple said to me, "If you say you can get us out of here, we're not even going home. We're coming right with you, right now, without anything. It's that bad." So how do you see that issue, and how do we escape that sort of downward spiral?
I think we completely failed in Tunisia to address the issues that youth suffer from. And it's terrible, but already between 2011 and 2013, the places that gave birth to the revolution, namely the remote areas and marginalized neighborhoods, became hotbed for terrorist group recruitment. And it shows a lot about when democracy doesn't deliver and we don't listen to the grievances of the people. It's very sad and actually becomes dangerous, a threat to national security. The issue is that the dictatorship has always seen youth as a threat to the regime because they have the creativity, they have the energy, they have the vision of the modern world that we want to see. And this, unfortunately, did not change after that. And it seems that we were caught into drafting a new constitution to manage in the affairs and trying to build the foundation of a democracy, forgetting that democracy is first to listen to the people and to involve them in the decision-making and to make sure that what they're asking for is implemented in the policies that we're making. So yes, migration is big because we fail, but also because, a lot of other things failed, like we have a border with Libya that completely fell down, and we had to secure the borders, but also Europe is asking us to secure its southern borders, so a lot of money is actually disguised in just preventing people from crossing the Mediterranean Sea. And actually, we don't care if at the end of the day where it goes. A lot of money was poured, but especially into the security sector. And this also prevented the security sector reforms. I mean, we all know that the Ministry of Interior in Tunisia was the tool of the dictatorship. This is how fear was ruling all of us. I was raised by knowing that walls have ears, that neighbors can be informers. And we have a policeman behind every citizen. That was not true, that was the propaganda. But it functioned so well. And now, today, 12 years later, it's total impunity for the security sector, and they, as you said, completely in power, and we can do nothing about it. And it's the confrontation is still between the police and the youth. And not only migration, to finish on that point, it's not only migration of young men and women, now it's become families. To your point with Algerian youth, like they want to cross and leave because they have no hope anymore for things changing. But also migration of elite. And Europe opens its door for doctors, for engineers, etc., educated in Tunisia because they recognize how high-level education is, is so good that they want them to come come and fill the gaps of doctors and engineers.
Yeah, the denial of possibility in Algeria is extraordinary. I mean, here this summer there's been this extraordinary surge in tourism post-COVID. I mean, every hotel is full and people are flooding into Greece. Well, it's basically the same sea. Algeria has 1,500 kilometers of Mediterranean coastline. It has no tourists, none, not one. Well, maybe 10, I don't know. But essentially, I didn't walk along the entire coast and check. But basically, it has no tourist industry because Algeria does not want any prying eyes. And how many of Algeria's youth could find jobs, you know, if that, for example, there's only one example, was opened up. So it's really a terrible, terrible situation. I mean, Tunisia is in a better shape, way better in my view anyway than Algeria, but maybe we could talk a moment about gender equality and I mean, how did Anada play that? Maybe we should have a man's view and then a woman's.
Well, I was about to defer, given I don't feel equipped to talk about it, although I did go to Vassar College, which was traditionally a women's college. But before I hand that question over to Amazine, I just want to underline...
Actually, I think we should go first with Amazine. She was not happy.
I do want to...
I mean, I was protesting in 2013 in the streets because Ennahda tried to impose women and men being complementary in the constitution instead of equality. So they invented this term that a woman complements a man, and like, what is happening? And so we went in the streets massively and demanding gender equality, and that functioned because we had men allies indeed in our political parties. We were not only women protesting in the street, men and women, but also men and women inside the constitutional parliament. So this played out quite well because the pressure from outside and inside worked to
And those gains have been solidified to this day?
I mean, 2014 constitution definitely had gender equality.
But I mean, today in Tunisia, would you say the position of women is better, stronger?
I mean, with the new constitution, you mean, or in reality? Because always
there
is a difference between reality.
In the end, what counts is reality.
Yeah, like constitution is the mother of laws, but at the end of the day, lots of laws from Ben Ali did not change. We actually had a beautiful law to protect women against violence, but this was not really implemented. They would still go to the police to denounce, for example, the marital violence, but they wouldn't have the support. They would be sent back directly home where they are victims of their family.
Dave?
I don't have anything to add out of fear of saying the wrong thing. No, I'm kidding. Well, I do want to underline, though, that when it comes to Islamists around the region, I think that there was they were very good at harnessing and leveraging a language and a discourse that they thought that Westerners wanted to hear, when in reality they weren't talking about equality. They were masking that. And I think that that's something that many, many people missed in the kind of, as I said, the moment of enthusiasm after the uprisings and the belief that Islamist movements could be movements of reform and democracy, which they clearly could not.
I think we're about done. I mean, we could take one question if, Farah. Or two. Farah and then the woman behind in white there.
Farah Nayeri, I write for the New York Times, and I'm originally from Iran. Turkey and Tunisia were held up as sort of examples of Muslim countries or countries in the Islamic world that were kind of models in a way many years ago. Turkey, as Ece was explaining, is no longer an example. And Tunisia, however, Tunisia to me, a woman from Iran, still looks pretty good because a woman dressed like you and like me, wandering around as we are doing freely here in Athens, you know what would happen to us currently or at any time in the last 43 years in Iran. So I don't want to wave my flag too much, but I do want to get a little bit of perspective from you on how you feel, because to me, the women of Tunisia and even Tunisia looks like a privileged system, because Iran is not really a democracy.
So,
yeah.
thank you very much, Farah. So, are you doing relatively okay?
Let me start by saying that all my heart goes to free women and men in Iran and complete solidarity, women, life, freedom. And thank you for making the comparison. Sometimes we complain a lot about our situation, but we forget that our others are struggling for the bare minimum, for things that we consider the bare minimum. Actually, they are the maximum in some other places. So yes, we always knew in Tunisia that we were kind of privileged as women. Actually, the joke in the region was Tunisian women are men and Tunisian men are women, because they thought, okay, Tunisian women dominate men. And it was an insult by men from the region to the men in Tunisia. Just to tell you how much it's engraved in the popular knowledge and common sense in the region. We cannot complain, but it's not that it was not our ambition to stay where we were. The ambition was really to see gender equality in reality. The same type of behavior you and I can have in Athens cannot really happen in Tunisia as well. If I am in a short skirt, or if I'm like with this red lipstick, no, I will be catwalked and even worse. I mean, even as a teenager, even as a little girl, they wouldn't let me live alone and dress exactly as I want. So this did not change, unfortunately. And this is the next struggle.
Thank you. I'm being told that I have to... can I take one more question or not?
There's this lady in blue.
Yeah, well... Okay, very quickly, make it a quick question and a quick answer, please.
Yes, so I'm from Morocco, which means we are very close, both geographically speaking and historically speaking, to both the two countries. Since Qais Said came to the reign, how do you can evaluate his foreign policy strategy? For example, what happened in the Tikad? Why would the what would the calling of the president of an unorganized militia who is committing war crimes in Tindouf in Algeria, who is disturbing the unity of sovereignty in the country, and who does not have a political status, I would say, in some sort. How does it reflect the sort of international relations strategy of Qais Said? And was that very democratic? Like, are Tunisians okay with this? Did he take the consent of Tunisians when doing that? And what does it reflect in general?
Okay, nice, easy question for you, Steve. Go ahead.
Well, look, since we don't have a tremendous amount of time, I think, Qais Said, Tunisia's foreign policy is going to be oriented towards groups, states that are not democratic and seek support wherever. It's not as if he's been made a pariah by the West. Actually, not the case at all. The United States has made very, very little noise. Europe has made very, very little noise about what's happened in Tunisia. So clearly, the Tunisian president feels that he can pursue a foreign policy without constraints, without regard to his own people or whatnot. So more of this is to come from Tunisia. This is one of the dark things that I'm talking about when it comes to the region. It's not just the domestic politics, but it's those connections between people who are not, let me say diplomatically, of goodwill or democratically minded, who are banding together to ensure that the kinds of things that happened in 2011 can never happen again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very sobering discussion. I wanted to have the last session of today. I purposely saved it for last because I wanted to end on a little, hopefully, message of hope with Andrea Venzone and Colombe Can Salvador. Colombe, another person who's just accepted to be on the board of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. And they are the founders of Atlas, and they will tell us how they built a movement themselves across borders, across countries, and we're looking forward to their presentation.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you to everyone who's been organizing this. It's incredible. So we're going to keep it short. We have 15 minutes. We're going to do 8 minutes of talking and hopefully more time of actually questions and interactions. But I want to start with a question to you. So we've been talking a lot about democracy. Who in this room believes that alone you can change and solve democracy? Raise your hand.
So I think that no one thinks that. And that's why for this session, I ask you to forget or put aside for 1 minute what you've heard in the last 2 days. Because we heard wonderful policy proposals, wonderful ideas, discussions, but until these ideas and discussions are confined within these walls and are not in the streets, in the squares, in the hearts of the people outside, and people don't feel that these ideas belong to them, or they have shaped them, or they have ownership over them, these ideas will not become reality. So this is why today we are here to discuss how to build a movement. And let me just waste another 2 minutes on why movements are important. Movements are the fundamental element of democracy and political change. Since the start of times, humans have united in groups, leaderless, shapeless, whenever an urgency occurred. And people fought with movements, created movements because they had aspiration, desires, wishes. I don't know if you ever participate in a protest, in a march, but movements have a particular feeling in them. You can hear smells, you can feel smells they don't feel elsewhere. This energy, you touch skins, hands of people that do not look like you, do not speak like you. And this is unique. It doesn't happen on your workplace. It doesn't happen in your home. And this is why building movements was fundamental thousands of years ago. It's more fundamental than ever today.
So as a quick intro, this is Andrea. I'm Colombe. We've been successfully and very unsuccessfully sometimes building movements and campaigns for the last 6 years. We're trying right now to build a global political party, hopefully successfully, and to create through this democratic global governance, which is an extremely ambitious goal. And so for this talk, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to give you a practical guide of our lessons of how to actually build movements. And for this, we'll talk about ideas, mindsets, and methodologies. And we'll use the example of the campaign we are building right now to create a democratic global governance to exemplify it and show how hard it is and how needed it is. So the first point is idea, as I mentioned. Obviously, you need an idea, right, when you build a movement. But not any idea. Movements take time. It's difficult. It's long. It's painful. It's also beautiful, but it's also painful. So you need an idea that touches people so deeply that it will keep on going when they're tired, when they're overworked, when it's winter and things are expensive and it's dark and it's depressing. You need something that will keep people going. So an idea that is so, close to their hearts. I just said global democratic governance. This is a mouthful. It's extremely boring for most people. When I say those words, most people fall asleep. So I'm talking about an idea that actually touches people. This in itself is very far away from this. So the way we're attempting to solve this issue is by doing 2 things. One, we are anchoring it into historical moments. The UN right now is completely failing when it comes to Russia and Ukraine and many, many other conflicts. People feel very strongly about it. This is a moment where we can mobilize and use that for constructive change. And the second one is to anchor it in topics that people actually feel on their skin. I've been talking about it for the last 2 days with people. The price of living in London, where I am, is completely unaffordable. I don't know how to be able to afford rent in the next couple of months. Participatory democracy processes can help in this. Suddenly, you can actually talk about democracy through topics that touch people's minds and souls.
And once you have the idea, the reason why you're organizing a movement, then you need to get into the right mindset. And I think Colombe anticipated part of it. Building a movement is not easy. If not, some of them have already done it. It's commitment, it's time, it's sacrifice, it's defeat, it's public scrutiny, it's many things. So it can feel intimidating. And that is why mindset is very important. Entering a movement is not like posting on social media. It's putting your heart and soul into something you truly believe into. Be very wary of people that start something but do not seem committed to the topic. Be very wary. And if you start something, do it with your full heart and mind, because it's the only way to succeed.
Now to talk about methodology super quickly, because we have 10 minutes left, as I've just seen. We have 5 points. First one is you actually need to do it with people. I know it sounds basic, but let me say it again. You build a movement, it's with the people that have to be part of it. It's not alone and then going to the people, telling them, hey, let's advocate for this. You start from the people, which means it's really uncomfortable. You go, you put your idea out there, you get a lot of pushbacks. Most of it gets destroyed. My ideas got destroyed approximately 200 times before they ever succeed. But you have to do it. You have to call up your friends, put it out there, put it on social media, start organizing.
And then you use the beautiful digital tools that we have today to amplify the message. And yes, in the last 2 days, we spoke very badly about some of these digital tools. And they have limitations, but they also have great powers. And obviously, I'm speaking about social media. Wonderful channel to amplify your ideas, involve people you do not know, and just project the urgency of the issue. The second thing is you must have an IT infrastructure behind you. I cannot stress this enough. I've done it many times. You need to be able to collect data, organize donations, message your people, and this is something sometimes overlooked by people that want to start campaigns. And last but not least, use digital tools to organize meetings, lots of them, online and offline, especially offline. Because digital tools are great because they convey human energy and make sure that people hear your message, but then human energy happens and concretizes when you actually meet people in real life. And I could give you countless examples of the meetings we had where it was only me and Colombe, or me and my mother. And yes, it's very frustrating at the beginning, but there is no way to have a full square if you did not take the step of the empty cafe alone. So you need to do that.
After this, you actually need to find achievable goals. So democratic global governance, this will take tens, if not hundreds of years to actually build. Try to tell people once you actually manage to convey well the idea and do everything Andrea just said, that it's worth putting their energy into this. It's too long, it's too far, you need to break it down. So for example, what we're doing is on the 1st of January, we're launching a 1-year-long consultations where we'll hear from people from all over the world what type of governance they want, how they want to participate in democracy, what type of topics should be covered, and so on. This gives them a 1-year time frame. Volunteers have ownership of the process, can be able to see how it's going to look like, and can actually do the work. This is fundamental to break it down into achievable goals that can have success.
And the next steps is actually using tipping points. Anchor yourself in tipping points that are happening. Every day, all over the planet, there are historical events happening, celebrations, protests. These are all wonderful ways for your campaign, your idea, to gain momentum. And to give you a very concrete example, every 5 years, the United Nations select, sadly not elect, their bosses, the Secretary General. And this, for our campaign, is going to be a wonderful moment to create a stunt political campaign where we're going to propose a candidate championing our vision for democratic governance. And then suddenly, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people will be interested in our campaign because it's linked to a big historical moment that we are living through.
And I think what is the final methodology I would give that for me is the most important one, it's what I call being a bulldozer. So building any movement takes, as we said now, a very long time. And I think what makes it successful versus unsuccessful is your ability to be constant, your ability to push through the difficult moments and to keep on going for years. And this is difficult. It takes convictions, it takes courage, but it also takes consistency. And for this, and I was reminded of it by Tony yesterday during one of his talks, you need to be able to have fun with the topic you're choosing. Otherwise, you're going to give up along the way. So what we've said is one idea that is actually linked and felt very strongly by the people that want to create the movement, mindset, and then methodology-wise, you have to actually do it with the people, basic but fundamental. You need to be able to use digital tools to organize in person. It's not the same to see me on screen than to see me face-to-face. We'll create a better relationship this way and we'll work better together at one point. Then you need to be able to break achievable goals, anchor them in tipping point moments. You won't create the momentum, you will surf on it, and be a bulldozer.
And to conclude, unless you have 1 billion euro or dollars to spare to lobby Congresses and Parliament, and I hope you don't because I think the billionaires are a policy mistake.
Another topic.
It's another topic. The best shot you have to change things is actually building movement, either to fix something you really feel strongly about it, or even to propose a broader vision of society that you can champion in electoral races in your country, city, or wherever you want. So we have now run through a very simple framework, and obviously because of the time we couldn't do more. But if you are interested, email me or email us at andrea@atlas.party. We have a lot of tips and framework to share. And just to conclude, going back to the initial question, if you think that we can change democracy, I think we can change democracy together. And this is why we need to build movements. And this is how we can see citizen assembly, the citizen consumer confidence index. We can see a fourth branch of government. We can see many of these wonderful ideas becoming concrete and real when millions of people, if not billions, will believe in them. And people have done it before, and we can do it again. So good luck to everyone. Let's change this planet. Thank you.
I think we have a couple of minutes for questions.
Kim, I wanted to ask if there's anyone that's question, or if we still have 1 minute. Yeah, there's a question. No question?
Otherwise, we'll email you the
We're crystal clear. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just invite Roger back to the podium. Are you going to the podium? Yeah.
Hi again. Very much aware that only I now stand between you and getting out in that Athenian sunlight. Well, I really felt the injection of energy from the younger people here, Michelle and Eleanor and Larissa, and slightly different age bracket, but still on the younger side of actuarial tables, Andrea and Colombe. It's great to see new ideas, belief that democracy can be revived, reinvigorated, made broader, made more representative, made more participatory, and it really gives me hope. You know, in a difficult time, the idea of repurposing economics toward well-being, empowering through legal knowledge, these all seem to me to be good ideas. And as I was saying in that earlier panel, building the institutions of democracy is not the work of a few years, it's the work of decades and decades, and it needs dedicated people like all of you. And I had one of the great conversations I had here was with Aoi Watanabe from Japan, who I think is over there somewhere, and her friends. And you know, explaining their belief in new ways of looking at things from a whole variety of different angles, learning. And I found it very stimulating, reassuring that, because what is youth? It's questioning, questioning, questioning. And we need that questioning to build the decent societies of the future. So this 10th edition of the Athens Democracy Forum felt different to me, and here I'm going to be a little more pessimistic than I've just been. There was talk of nuclear war, that was new. Sabotage gas pipelines spoke of violence brewing. Inflation in Germany, the country for which inflation portends disaster, 1930s, shot up over 10%. And I address you now, right here, as Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, illegally annexes 40,000 square miles of eastern and southern Ukraine, making them part of a Russian motherland he says he will defend with all the means at his disposal. We know what that means. Jaroslaw Kuisz, a Polish journalist, spoke here of nations of, quote, nervous sovereignty. Those nations are in Europe, and that nervousness is once again about being erased from the map, a fate Putin still envisages for Ukraine. We do not expect a temporary truce, Kuisz said. How can there be one, really, when what is at stake is democracy and freedom in the face of threatened subjugation? Do not tell a Pole, ladies and gentlemen, that he should trust in the kindness of strangers, nor an Estonian or a Latvian or a Lithuanian. My Jewish family came from Lithuania. I've seen the mass grave in the forest where they would have ended up had they lingered. Do not pretend that this clear blue sky over Athens may not mask a brewing storm. The nervousness among us, it seemed to me, went beyond sovereignty, vulnerable to the imperial delusions of the Ruski Mir, or imagined Russian world. Beware of myths like that, the Ruski Mir. Those myths can kill. As Günter Grass, the great German novelist, once said, an entire gullible nation believed faithfully in Santa Claus, but Santa Claus was the gas man. No, the anxiety in our gatherings was more general. We hurtle forward, bombarded by social media, beset with conspiracy theories, bereft of any shared notion of truth, consumed by often irrational fear, our climate changing beneath an unrelenting sun, our societies polarized into rival tribes, our communities weakened, our job security fragile, our sense of security rattled by a pandemic that began in China, our loneliness accentuated by remote work. These days, you actually have to say, we met in person. We met in person. Congratulations to everyone here. We did achieve that, and it feels pretty good. The thing that doesn't work about a Zoom conference, as you know, is that you don't have the mingling, you don't have the drinks afterward, you don't have the coffee break where some kind of serendipitous contact happens, and that's why we have these conferences. Okay, it's great to gather in the room and talk, but no, it's meeting people, it's exchanging ideas, it's finding new paths. You know, autocracy feeds on fear and lies. So do pandemics. The plague seeped into a post-truth culture, the perfect medium for its propagation. It fed on inequality bred over decades, taking the weakest and the poorest. As H.A. Temelkuran, a Turkish writer, insisted here to all of us, the degree of inequality generated by global capitalism these past decades is ultimately incompatible with the promise of democracy, which must involve a fair shake for all. A question kept turning in my mind as I listened here. Are we the sleepwalkers? Are we the sleepwalkers? I refer to the sleepwalkers of Christopher Clark's book by that name, who, in another world of declining empires and rising powers, of economic transformation and unpredictable forces, ushered the world, despite themselves, toward the unthinkable conflagration of World War I, with its more than 15 million dead. That was more than a century ago, in 1914. The leaders who, over the course of a month, stumbled from the assassination in Sarajevo of the Austrian Crown Prince by a Serb nationalist to world war, surely had little idea of the horror they incubated in each small decision they made. It's of the nature of tragedy, like Hemingway's description of bankruptcy, to come upon us gradually and then suddenly. We've learned a lot since 1914. After World War II, which was in many ways the product of the first, we built a world of interlocking institutions, international law, and groundbreaking treaties, including on human rights and genocide, designed to ensure that this century did not resemble the 20th century. The greatest miracle of the second half of the 20th century was the European Union, the entity, dull word for a thing of beauty, that became the continent's peace magnet. Yet we sense now that all this may be fragile. Nothing, Victor Hugo wrote, is more imminent than the impossible. Nothing is more imminent than the impossible. As Yasha Monk reminded us, Cassandra was right, which does not mean that we should not struggle with every fiber of our beings to prove Cassandra wrong. The central divide in our discussions, as I perceived them, was between Jeffrey Sachs's moral equivalency and the fierce moral certitude of Alexander Chekmanov, a Ukrainian photographer who told us quite simply that this will end with our victory, which will be the victory of all the civilized world, of light over darkness, of good over evil. The divide was between Sachs's view of the United States as a white-dominated racist society, no better than Putin's Russia with its culture of authority, or Xi's China with its best-informed professionals in the world. Division between that and those who believe still that the democracies of the world, for all their flaws, for all their mistakes, embody values of liberty, openness, the rule of law, freedom of expression, human rights, and human dignity, essential to ensuring the world does not descend once again into horror. That conviction is, in the end, the raison d'etre of the Athens Democracy Forum. We heard a lot from Sachs about Nancy Pelosi's rash visit to Taiwan and the provocations of the West in expanding NATO to protect societies that had fallen under totalitarian rule for decades after 1945. We even heard that if it came to nuclear war, Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, would be most to blame for shunning negotiation and pursuing the recapture of the territories that Russia has taken from it. We heard much less about China's appalling treatment of the Uyghurs, about the camps in Xinjiang, about the crushing of Hong Kong's youth with its demand for cherished freedoms, about an unprovoked Russian invasion of its neighbor Ukraine that has already taken many tens of thousands of lives, about the body bags in Bucha beneath the mistletoe, and about the mass slaughter in Mariupol, the new Grozny in the annals of Moscow's conquest through obliteration. I felt Kuish's bewilderment in my bones when, referring to the collapse of the Soviet Empire 30 years ago, he addressed Sachs, who had played a crucial role at that time in reforming and changing drastically those economies, and said, "It is fascinating to me that you promised liberty to these societies, that they would get out of 300 years of subjugation, get out of this horrible sphere of influence, move towards self-determination and respect of human rights. And now, of such moments is this forum made. Civilized disagreement is the sign of any healthy society. The child without 2 legs and 1 hand, about whom Kuish spoke, would have had those limbs still, absent Putin's violent obsession. The desperate mother from Mariupol would have had a son. It is important, sometimes, always I would say, to keep a moral compass in the face of what John le Carré once called, quote, the classic, timeless, all-Russian, barefaced, whopping lie. Ukraine's sin in Putin's eyes was to look west to Poland rather than north to Belarus for its model. For that, it could not be forgiven. Ukraine could not succeed. That might shame Putin's mafia state. If Ukraine did not want to live with the puppet leaders, referendums at gunpoint, political kidnappings, and sham democracy of Putin, it had to be crushed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how we got here. The war was Putin's decision, nobody else's. If he's not stopped, no European democracy is safe. Donetsk is the new Sudetenland. After Georgia, after Crimea, after Syria, it's time to draw a line. Vera Jourova spoke here of the people she met in Lviv who said, quote, "We're ready to suffer and die for peace and democracy." I believe the West must stand shoulder to shoulder with them or with her, its values trampled, and its amnesia about the cost, the terrible cost, of being a bystander to horror, plain for all to see. Observing the undying appeal of hatred, Wisława Szymborska, the Nobel Prize-winning Polish poet, observed of hatred how it knows to make beauty, the splendid fire glow in midnight skies, magnificent bursting bombs in rosy dawns. Beside it, reason was one. Since when does brotherhood draw crowds, she wrote? Has compassion ever finished first? Yet they must prevail if the earth is to remain a fit place for human habitation. As Ursula von der Leyen said, democracy is promise. We must, as Beckett put it, fail, fail again, fail better, for the sake of the generations to come. Allow me to say a few words about journalism as I see it after more than 4 decades in this line of work. The killing of journalists happening in ever greater numbers and the killing of truth threaten the foundation of democratic society. Fake news, the disorientation before it, the allusions to fact-based journalism, a new expression, fact-based journalism. Is there any other kind of journalism? If there is another kind of journalism, would somebody in this room please explain to me what it is? As Donald Martin pointed out, there are multiple dangers from this disorientation that is upon us, and the loss or erosion, extreme erosion of a press where we can rely upon facts. And I believe we must answer this with new measures, new regulation, new vigilance, new education, new awareness, but also with something constant that hasn't changed since I was feeding a tape into a telex machine in Beirut in 1982 after the Marines got blown up, when I was covering the war in Lebanon 40 years ago today. And that is, bear witness, speak truth to power, go out across this small planet to find the facts and tell the stories that may occasionally make a difference. I'm a writer, James Baldwin wrote. I like doing things alone. To be alone on deadline is the journalist's lot, facing the many-faceted world and seeking the means to render it as closely as possible, knowing that something in the quiver of life is always ineffable and will slip through the cracks. Patience. It takes time to understand, listen, touch, smell, feel. The subject will reveal itself to you if you restrain the impulse to impose it. The story must build from the inside out, like the butterfly from the chrysalis, with a slow unfolding of wings. Writing begins where the anecdotal stops. Writing dies where the preconceived prevails over the telling detail. In his haunting novel, A Sport and a Pastime, James Salter writes, life is composed of certain basic elements. Of course, there are a lot of impurities. That's what's misleading. Today, contagious impurities multiply. Life becomes an exercise in serial distraction, yielding to the influence of the influencer. Every singular place, what journalists call a dateline, becomes fungible everywhere. Cross the world, remain in your comfort zone. If great journalism involves immersion in place, and it does, this dateline devaluation is dangerous. If you write from anywhere, you write from nowhere. It is impossible to bear witness from digital distance, removed from the mire, the tears, the sediment in the syrupy coffee. No search engine gives you the stench of a crime, the tremor in the air, the eyes that smolder, or the cadence of a scream. No miracle of technology renders the lip-drying taste of fear. No news aggregator tells of the air reverberating from the shell's blast in the tapering valley. In war, it's the children and the aged, I have found, who wave, even from the ruins, the innocent and the wise. Look at them, write them down, carry them in your heavy heart. Believe believe that the words that describe the crime the powers of this earth wish you to forget will be read one day, those words, and at last, perhaps, justice done. Mo Ibrahim reminded us in no uncertain terms of the problems of our democracies. Why, he asked, should Africa take the West as a model? Why? A politicized Supreme Court in the United States, the storming of the Congress on January 6 last year, promised vaccines for Africa hoarded, soaring inequality, gerrymandering to suppress voters' rights, and the widespread disgruntlement and sense of exclusion that has led to the rise of the far right from Italy to Sweden. He has a point. All is not well in the free societies we cherish. Far from it. That came through loud and clear here. That promise von der Leyen spoke about is denied to too many citizens. We heard from Carsten Berg about the need for citizens' assemblies that restore a sense of genuine participation to democratic models that can seem broken. If all else fails, we were even promised the metaverse. Despite all our problems, I think I'd rather stay right here. I can't quite separate meta from metastasized. Yet, I feel a stirring in our democracies. The European Union has been galvanized by war on its doorstep. National borders provide no framework for addressing so many of the core problems of our age, chief among them climate change, and young people are acutely aware of that. As I've said, among the students here, I felt a passionate engagement and passionate commitment to save this planet and work for a more just world. Perhaps Carolina Vigura's zebra should be our guiding principle. Nuance is not much favored in this age of declamation, of all or nothing, of primary colors and primal screams, of presumption of guilt, of failure to compromise. But most of life lies in the gray zones. Democracies are clumsy but adaptable. They are black and white. They're zebra-like. They are not monochrome. Perhaps Poland is indeed, like Italy and Sweden, on the long and winding and difficult road still to a better society beyond the current difficulties, of greater mutual understanding. It does not look likely now, but it's not impossible. We are not storage devices. We inhabit the intermediate zones. The human timber is crooked, as Immanuel Kant observed. Out of it, no straight thing was ever made. Isaiah Berlin wrote in The Crooked Timber of Humanity, no perfect solution is, not merely in practice, but in principle, possible in human affairs, and any determined attempt to produce it is likely to lead to suffering, disillusionment, and failure. Democracy is imperfect, ladies and gentlemen, and in that imperfection lies its distinctive humanity, its beauty, its elasticity, its terrifying fragility, the quality that every quest for utopia ends up crushing on the way to terror. In conclusion, I would like to say that this era feels more dangerous than any other moment I have known in my lifetime. Putin's war in Ukraine stemmed from the restoration of dangerous ideas of extreme nationalism, of imperialism, that led to the 20th century's greatest horrors and had seemed consigned to the past. Fritz Stern, the great historian of post-war Germany, once wrote that he was born in the Germany of 1926, quote, into a world on the cusp of avoidable disaster, on the cusp of avoidable disaster. I don't think we're far from that today. For Stern, the fragility of freedom was the simplest and deepest lesson of my life and work. Freedom is hard to recover once lost. The people of Ukraine have fought not only for their own liberty, but for that of every human being. If the Russian butchery in Bucha goes unmet, if the quest for justice is abandoned, barbarism extends its tentacles. We stand always at the cusp of avoidable disaster. And what is it that separates us from them? I would say its vigilance and courage. As I learned long ago in the South Africa of my parents' birth, disaster is avoidable if the truth is upheld, dignity prized, and the intrinsic value of every single human being recognized. The words of W.H. Auden in 1939, on the eve of a world war that would take tens of millions of lives, should be read today in every classroom across our small, vulnerable, and ever warmer planet. And those words go, defenseless under the night, our world in stupor lies, yet dotted everywhere, ironic points of light flash out, wherever the just exchange their messages. May I, composed like them of eros and of dust, beleaguered by the same negation and despair, show an affirming flame. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I get quite emotional about these issues. And also about the hope I feel in this room. And people ask me, what's the Athens Democracy Forum about? Well, it's about that. It's about that hope that I see here and here and here and here. So thank you all. This is the end of the conference. The curtain, there's no curtain, but it comes down here. Thank you so much to Achilles Saltas, whose inspiration lies behind this conference, to Kim Konef-Teba, who done so much to make it happen, to Antigone, to Barbara, to countless people, all the technicians, all the various people who made sure the right things appeared on the screen at the right time. Thank you all. A lot goes into this behind the scenes. Thank you all above all for coming here, being part of this. And I hope you will take away a few things that will help guide you in the difficult times we're living through. Thank you.
Okay.